All right, let's go ahead and get started here. We're at 9:04 a.m. It is September 23rd. We're going to call to order this meeting of the Board of Supervisors. Let the record reflect that all members of the board will be present today, but at this point, we have Supervisors Daniels, Church, and Lopez present on the dais, with the others joining us soon. I'm going to turn to see if we have any additions or corrections to closed session by County Council.
No additions or corrections.
All right, we have number 1, A through D this morning. Is there any member of the public who wishes to make public comment on our closed session this morning? I see one hand up via Zoom from Christian Schneider. Mr. Schneider, we'll give you 2 minutes. You should have the ability to unmute yourself now.
Hello? Can you hear me? Hello?
I can hear you.
Oh, okay, great, thank you. Here. I wanted to say that I appreciate the county's efforts to protect its undocumented community. And let's be clear, when government uses police to intimidate political opponents, to wear masks, or to hide behind fake social media accounts, those are acts of cowards, and they have no place in a democracy. And what concerns me isn't just the intimidation, it's that you don't know how to fight for constitutional rights. Or worse, you're not committed to them. Too often, justice here is treated like a campaign slogan, a fundraising hook, or a photo op. And I know what it's like to fight a government with unlimited resources, one that ignores the law, rewards its donors, and punishes its dissenters, one that bleeds you dry with litigation while you spend the people's money without any accountability. And still I show up, broke, sick, because this is what it takes. Years ago, I stood on stage with Justice Cruz Reynoso, receiving the Padrino Award from the California Young Latino Democrats. He fought for farm workers, for immigrants, for people left behind. And he showed us the real measure of justice isn't comfort, it's sacrifice. And that's the side I'm on. And you would like nothing more than for me to give up. But denying me and allowing this to happen without accountability proves that you don't treat due process as a reality. You treat it like social media posts. And if you can do this to me, then every community you claim to protect should wonder how real your promises actually are. So, with that said, and with Ms. Askew paying such great attention to all of us in the public comment area, I will be submitting my county claim again today, and I hope you all take the time to read it.
Thank you, Mr. Schneider. I don't see any other hands up, and so I'm going to close public comment on our closed session agenda for the Board of Supervisors, and we will recess to closed session, reconvening at 10:30, and I will now open the Board of Supervisors of the Monterey County Water Resource Agency. Let the record reflect that 4 or 5 members are present, with Supervisor Alejo joining us shortly. I'm going to see if there's any additions or corrections to this closed session agenda by County Council.
No additions or corrections.
All right. Given that, we're going to look at our one item on closed session and see if there's any public comment on that item. Seeing nobody coming forward in room, I do see Mr. Schneider's hand up. For the closed session item on Water Resource Agency, Mr. Schneider, floor is yours.
Yeah, just a quick comment. I'm not sure if Supervisor Askew realizes that this is being videotaped and she's not on the dais, but look at this. You have Supervisor Alejo walking in with his coffee late. You have Supervisor Askew standing on the floor, just having a conversation, ignoring the idea that the public is speaking. So I just want to point out that you guys run this a little bit like an after-school city council or student council than an actual government meeting. Thank you.
All right. We don't have any other public comment at this point, so I'm going to go ahead and send us to recess to closed session for this agenda. That means we'll be back here in chambers to take up both agendas at 10:30. Thank you.
Anna, can you hear me?
Hi, Valerie. Yes, can you hear me?
Okay, yes, I can hear you loud and clear. Thank you.
Perfect.
Okay, we'll talk to you in a little bit or listen to you in a little bit.
Okay,
Thanks.
no problem.
Okay, bye-bye.
Okay.
With that, I'm going to call back to order this meeting of the Board of Supervisors for September 23rd. How is this year almost over? Let the record reflect that all members of the board are present, with Supervisor Alejo and Daniels joining us shortly. Looking at our agenda, I'm going to ask the interpreter to give us the announcement of her services. I know she's joining us remotely, so we'll give her the floor now.
Buenos días, soy Ana Rueda de Vidales y será un gusto interpretar para ustedes este día. Por favor, si ustedes necesitan hacer comentario público, por favor, hablen lenta y lo suficientemente fuerte para que yo les pueda escuchar. Hagan una pausa al final de sus oraciones para asegurarse que tengan la oportunidad de interpretar. Por favor, no interrumpa cuando estoy hablando. Muchísimas gracias.
Gracias, Ana. With that, we've arrived at the pledge. I'm going to see if our county council doesn't mind leading us this morning. Please rise and join us.
Ready, begin.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which stands one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right, we'll turn to the clerk to see if we have any additions or corrections to this morning's agenda.
Yes, we do. There are two. There's a correction to item number 41 under consent agenda for general government, and that we received a revised minutes for August 26, 2025 for item number 12. And then also under the consent agenda for public works, facilities, and parks, item number 47 will be removed and brought back at a later time at the request of the department.
Okay, so to remove 47, we'll do that during, or would you like that done now, council?
I apologize. I believe it should be item 46. They got renumbered and not item 47.
All right, so to make this official, it's 46?
It's
I'm going to ask for a
46.
motion to remove item 46 from our agenda today. Is there a motion to that effect? I'll take the motion from Supervisor Askew and a second from Supervisor Alejo, if that works. Supervisor Askew? 46.
That was the park rangers in a contract for tasers, and I will indicate that they have to do a military equipment.
Okay, so the motion and the second with Askew and Alejo there, and I'll ask all those, I'll go to public, see if there's any public input on the removal of item 46 from our agenda. I see no one coming forward in the room, no hands up via Zoom. I'll bring it back. All those in favor of removing item 46, please say aye. Aye. Anybody opposed? Abstentions? The motion carries. All right, with that, we've completed our additions and corrections. We have ceremonial resolutions next, which are items 2 through 10 this morning. Is there any public comment on the resolutions before us? Seeing nobody coming forward, no hands up via Zoom, I'll bring it back to the board. Is there a motion to approve our ceremonial resolutions? Second. I've got a motion from Alejo. I'll take the second from Daniels. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Anybody opposed? The motion carries. With that, we're going to go to Supervisor Daniels, who'll be presenting the first resolution this morning to Carrie Herthel.
So we have a microphone here, and Carrie, here is the resolution. Welcome. Thank you for being here with us today. And I want to thank John Gill, who's in the audience as well, for bringing this to our attention. We have incredible county partners who are out there in the community, making sure that we as a board of supervisors make sure that we are as caring and dedicated to all of our community members as humanly possible. And so I'm really appreciative to the department and the work that John has done. So thank you so much. And Carrie, we're going to start today with an acknowledgement, because it's the first sentence in this resolution, which is to acknowledge that the land that we're on is the ancestral home of many people that are indigenous to this land, including the Esalen, including the Rumsen, the Ohlone, the Amamutsen, and the Salinan peoples. And the land in which we're on today is the land of many people who came before us, and this was their home before we came. So I just appreciate you being here, and I think it's important that we recognize that. And this is important for District 5 as well, because There isn't a part of District 5 that isn't the ancestral homeland to the Esalen people. And Carrie, if folks don't know, is the vice chairwoman of the Esalen tribe. And I am going to read this resolution, but there's information that's not in the resolution that I think it's beneficial for everyone to know, which is the work you've done as a survivor. And the work you've done, I think I was driving on the way here and I was thinking about, my ancestors who I call upon when it's difficult times and I need guidance. And the ancestors which you've shared with all of us that you call upon are from this area. And so we all have so much to learn from you and your wisdom and your experience and the work that you've done. So with that, I'm going to say that the resolution today honoring Carrie Herthel, who is the Education and Community Outreach Director for the Esalen Tribe of Monterey County. Whereas these indigenous communities have stewarded, lived sustainably with the land, protected, maintained rich cultural, spiritual, linguistic, and lived in relationship with these lands, waters, and ecosystems since time immemorial, guided by a deep cultural knowledge and sustainable practices. And whereas Carrie Herthel has exemplified visionary leadership, deep cultural knowledge, and an unwavering commitment to the community education, tribal advocacy, and environmental stewardship, uplifting the voices and heritage of the Esalen tribe and indigenous peoples throughout Monterey County. Whereas through tireless outreach and authentic collaboration, Carrie Herthel has built bridges of understanding and respect between tribal communities and local agencies, including impactful partnerships with organizations such as Monterey County Community Action Partnership. Whereas Carrie Herthel played a pivotal role in a historic event on January 31st at Asilomar State Beach, signing a memorandum of understanding between the Esalen tribe and California State Parks to co-steward 18 ancestral parklands, an agreement rooted in generations of tribal wisdom, ecological knowledge, and sacred responsibility to the land. Whereas Carrie Herthel has continued to guide the Esalen tribe in the preservation of natural and cultural resources, advancement of public education, and the revival of traditional and land management practices. Sorry, I've got my hands getting a little, including the naming of Ishenta State Park and the honoring of historic indigenous villages such as, and I'm going to invite you to correct me if I say any of these names wrong. Okay, so she's so understanding and supportive of me and everyone. Thank you, Carrie. These villages, Ashasta, Shalon, Etchilat, Ensen, Excelen, Eselenahan, Ishenta, Jojopan, Kuchun, Pachepas, Sargenta Rook, Socoronda, and Tuk Ut Nut. Whereas Carrie Herthel's efforts have not only strengthened tribal cultural continuity, but have also inspired intergenerational learning, civic respect, and collaborative action across Monterey County's diverse communities. Now, therefore, be it resolved, the Board of Supervisors of the County of Monterey hereby recognizes and commends Carrie Herthel for their extraordinary leadership, advocacy, and profound contributions to cultural preservation, public education, and indigenous empowerment. We have so much to continue to learn from you. Carrie, would you like to say a couple words?
I too, before we begin, want to take a moment to acknowledge the land where we gather. We are meeting today on its unceded ancestral homelands of the Esalen people. For thousands of years, our ancestors cared for the mountains, the valleys, the rivers, the coastal line of what is now called Monterey County. These lands and waters continue to sustain us, and they carry the stories, songs, and prayers of generations. As we stand together today, I ask that we recognize this land, not only as geographic, but as a living relative. May our decisions and actions together honor the responsibility we share to protect and care for it so that future generations, Esalen, and all peoples can live in balance and gratitude. I stand before you today with deep gratitude and humility to be recognized for my work in the community. Community is not only an honor, but for me personally, it is a responsibility, but also for my people, the Esalen tribe of Monterey County. As newly appointed this year and moving out of vice chair into the education and outreach director of the tribe, I carry the responsibility of sharing our stories, our history, and our living presence here on our ancestral lands. For over 10,000 years, the Esalen people have cared for the Santa Lucia Mountains, the Carmel Valley, the Big Sur, and the Monterey Bay. Today, we continue that work through cultural education, environmental stewardship, and by building bridges of understanding with schools, organizations, and families throughout Monterey County. This recognition today is not about me. It's about the children learning our songs for the first time, the seeds we are planting for future generations, and the healing that happens when Indigenous and non-Indigenous communities walk together in respect. I want to thank the Board of Supervisors for acknowledging this work. When our local leaders honor Native voices, it affirms that our culture and contributions are valued as an essential part of the story of Monterey County. I dedicate this recognition to my ancestors, to our elders, and to the generations yet to come. May we continue to walk forward together in balance, gratitude, and respect for these sacred lands that hold us all. Thank you so much. Thank you, John.
Thank you. Let's take a photo.
Congratulations, Carrie. Supervisor Church is going to make his way down to present our next resolution, but I want to thank you for the words of walking together in mutual respect. I think that could help heal so much of the trauma that we're all experiencing today. So thank you for those words. With that, we've got Supervisor Church who's going to present a resolution to the Monterey Bay Operations Volunteer and Community Engagement Manager, Monique King, Sasha Martin.
Yes, Sasha, Monique, come on up here. See. So we have milestones in life, 10 years, 25 years, 50 years, 100 years, that, I do have this on, right? Yes, okay. That always come on up. And today we have a special one, a 50th one, for the Marine Mammal Center, which started in Marin in 1975. And has expanded down rescuing marine mammals 600 miles along the California coast and out into Hawaii. And these folks have, in the 50 years, rescued 26,000 marine mammals. That's like 500 a year. And it's not just this 26,000 marine mammals, but they're released back out and they repopulate. So you're talking about, if you didn't have those 26,000 marine mammals that had been saved, there'd be a lot fewer out there right now. And this is just decades and decades of some really great work that you folks have done. It's you have a volunteer force of 1,400 people, and that's just truly amazing when you really think about it. They're determining why animals get stranded, determining what impact the animals have, and why they might be having problems, and with an ecosystem that's heavily influenced by humans. A lot of great veterinary work that comes out from it, putting these animals back and helping them out. So these are just really great stewards and making our coastline, our rich ecological coastline even richer than it is and preserving it. But you folks just aren't saving these animals, you're also doing public education. And you've had lots of kids and adults go through there and learn about these animals, learn about our role in the ecosystem. And many of these, I'm sure, grow on to become other marine biologists, other scientists, and just if nothing else, an understanding of how fragile our coastline is. I mean, we all live here for a certain reason. We love this coastline. And you people are preserving it here and in California. And I also want to mention a reason that I'm presenting this here is you have a new office that you're starting, and that's in Castroville. And I think everyone's already in Santa Cruz and Monterey, correct? Yep. And 40% of the mammals that they're saving, the marine mammals are saving, are right here in Monterey Bay. So this is really local. This really makes a difference here. And I want to just again really thank you for everything that you've done and commemorate you on this 50th anniversary and your opening of your new office. And do either or both of you want to say a word? Yes.
Yeah, thank you. Which way do I face?
Face out here.
Okay. Hi. On behalf of the Marine Mammal Center, our wildlife patients, our leadership, our staff, our 1,400 volunteers, one of which is in the audience, thank you. Thank you so very much for passing this resolution in honor of our 50 years and also the opening of our new Monterey County triage facility. We are deeply grateful for the County of Monterey for supporting our mission of advancing ocean health. At the center, as you said, 40% of our marine mammal patients come from our local waters here in Monterey County. The data we collect from a sea lion rescued at Moss Landing, for instance, provides us with an invaluable view into the health of Monterey Bay, and that includes the health of our coastal communities too that are human, as well as our wildlife. We also connect all generations, as you said, with marine science information and conduct robust research that advances ocean conservation as well as wildlife and human health. Through these efforts, together, we are supporting local biodiversity and the health of our neighbors, human and wildlife, for the next 50 years to come. We can only provide this critical programming with your support, all of your support. So thank you so, so much. It truly is a collaborative effort, all of our community together. From the bottom of our hearts, thank you so much for the support. Thank you.
Thank you. And we'll get some pictures here.
Great.
We're good here?
All right, next up we have Supervisor Askew presenting a resolution to representatives from the City of Seaside. We've got listed here Carrie Maddle, Jacqueline Perez Lopez, and Key Hyon Higgins.
All right. What I'm going to do, I only have so many hands here. I am so pleased to have Carrie Maddell with me from the City of Seaside. I'm going to pass this to you to hold so that I can hold my notes. Okay, fantastic. So excited today to present a resolution to the City of Seaside in celebration of Oaxaca by the Sea Festival. This is the 5th anniversary of the festival, and I just noticed a typo that we're going to get fixed. So, all right. So yeah, you can't see it on the camera, but anyway, always opportunity for improvement. And 5 years in, Seaside is just getting better, and this festival is one not to be missed. Monterey County is home to many vibrant and diverse immigrant communities, including a significant number of families with roots in Oaxaca, Mexico. And events like Oaxaca by the Sea remind us of the importance of celebrating and protecting our immigrant communities and ensuring that everyone in our county feels safe, valued, seen, and I'm going to add celebrated. And Oaxaca by the Sea is a celebration indeed. Our legislative platform here in Monterey County was updated this year to include new language that talks about protecting Monterey County values. And this resolution affirms that commitment, standing in solidarity with all parts of our community and all of our immigrant neighbors. Many Oaxacan residents of Monterey County speak Indigenous languages, and Monterey County has made language justice a priority in our work. We're committed to expanding access to government and healthcare services for speakers of Mixtecos, Zapoteco, and many other Indigenous languages. And this is ongoing work that we've made some progress, but we've got much more work to do. So I encourage everyone to come out to Seaside. The city itself is the sponsor of this event, which indicates that it's not just the county that's committed to this work, but it is indeed all of our city partners. And so thank you for the commitment that the City Council has made. The City Recreation Team does incredible celebrations in Seaside, and it's our honor and our pleasure to be a part of this particular celebration in the community of Seaside. And it is a day-long celebration. If you just want to maybe share a little bit more about the date and time and invite everyone to come out and join us.
I'd love it.
Thank you.
Thank you. So first of all, on behalf of the City of Seaside, thank you all for this resolution. I really appreciate it. We are, as you said, very excited about our 5th annual Oaxaca by the Sea Festival. It's Sunday from 11 to 4. It's a tremendous effort to put on, but it's also a wonderful celebration. It's vibrant, it's colorful, lots of music, traditional dances, Oaxacan food. I think we have over 13 food vendors celebrating the Oaxacan food and spices and flavors, and many informational vendors as well as artisanal crafts from Oaxaca. So it's a full-scale event that is widely celebrated, and we're excited and honored that you'll be there. I know you'll be speaking, and we hope that the rest of you could join us too, and all of you are invited as well. So thank you so much. It is free.
Open to the community.
It is, and the weather will be beautiful.
It'll be a beautiful day in Seaside.
Yes.
So yeah, thank you so much. And we'll take a quick photograph. Yeah, thank you.
All right, with that, we've arrived at appointments. So we have items 11 through 22 today. Is there anybody in the public who wishes to pull an item from our appointments this morning? Seeing nobody coming forward, no hands going up via Zoom, I'll bring it back. Is there a motion to approve appointments? Got a motion from Alejo, a second from Church. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Anybody opposed? Any abstentions? The appointments carry. With that, we've got our consent calendar. Again, I'm going to go to council here just to clarify which item was removed. It was stated appropriately, but there is a chair's agenda item mix-up.
Yeah, basically the numbering on the chair's agenda is wrong. So the item that was removed is item 47, which had to do with approving the Axon contract for park rangers. So the consent agreement is now items 31 through 48 on the published agenda, minus item 47, which was removed.
All right. So with that clarification, I'll turn to my colleagues and see if there's any members of this board who wish to remove an item from consent for comment, question, or alternative action. Supervisor Askew.
I did just want to make sure we were clear on the revised meeting minutes for item 41, which include our conversation about Measure AA, going back to the 26th of August. And I know we talked quite a bit in that conversation. And there's an add-on paper that was sent that's on our desk.
And Supervisor, I'm just for the public going to say that's item 42 on the published agenda.
So item 42 on the published agenda, revised minute. Okay, thank you. And I just wanted to make sure that the way that I'm reading item A2 on that revised agenda is accurate. And I guess it's just an interpretation of the reading of that motion, that when it says approved that beginning with fiscal year 26-27, the board will allocate funding quarterly based on recommendations from Measure AA ad hoc committee, that in the dialogue of that conversation, we were clear that the committee would be making recommendations and the board would retain the final decision about this expenditures. Just to be explicit and clear, because in the reading of that, how it states the board will allocate based on recommendations, it could also be interpreted that the recommendations would be what the board is allocating. And so there's two different ways to read that sentence. And so I just wanted to make sure that we are remaining on the same page in terms of our understanding of what's written in the minutes.
So I think the county's fiscal policy is very clear that to move any dollars or expend any, you need 4 votes, and those 4 votes would have to come from this board. And right, so the recommendations will come from the AAA committee to this board for decision, right? But it is starting as a recommendation coming here, but then 4 votes must be had in order to expend those dollars.
Right. So just wanted to make sure that that was clearly documented in our minutes. And that wasn't clear in these minutes. So if we could have that clearly documented in the minutes from today, so that it's clear. I just think we need to be clear in our written history of communication. That's all. Thank you.
I mean, I agree. I think that what Supervisor Lopez has brought up and stated, we're going to need 4 votes, or unless it's the actual budget, then you need 3 votes. But these are going to need 4 votes. I mean, this is all committees that have come forward with recommendations, ad hoc or standing, always are needing the independent support from the board. I guess I understand your concern there, that you're thinking that it's more of a rubber stamp. I've never seen this board operate in a rubber stamp to anything brought up before it, but it does say will, I guess that's how you will allocate based on recommendations. I read based as more of, the recommendations are coming in and then decisions being made. I don't see it as firm that way.
Right. Informed by, but that's the way I think the motion was actually stated. And
right.
But I think the intent there is very clear. If that's what we're trying to get on the record, the intent is clear. Okay.
Yeah. Okay.
So intent has been clarified. I think we're good there to keep pushing here. I'm going to turn back and see if there's any other items. All right, seeing none. Any members of the public wish to remove an item from consent for comments, question, or alternative action request? Seeing nobody coming forward in room, no hands up via Zoom, I'll bring it back. What we're doing is asking for a motion to approve consent of which includes items 31 through 48 without item 47 on the official agenda. I've got a motion from Alejo. Is there a second? I'll take a second from Church. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Anybody opposed? Abstentions? The motion carries. With that, we've got a special recognition. We're going to send it to Kendra Howe with the Blue Zones Project of Monterey County down below, and I think she wants us all down there. So I'm going to ask my colleagues if you'd join me down below to spend some time with Kendra to hear a little bit about what they've helped us achieve as a county.
There it is. Well, thank you so much, Mr. Chair, members of the board. I'm going to allow my colleagues as well to introduce themselves. I'm Kendra Howell, a policy lead on the Blue Zones Project.
Good morning, Tiffany DiTullio, Executive Director of Blue Zones Project.
Good morning, my name is Cindy Ruiz, and I'm the Director of Community Programs.
Buenos dias, I'm Maribel Roque, a Senior Organization Lead working with worksites.
Good morning, buenos dias. My name is Brenda Cabrera, and I work with schools.
Thank you all. Well, it is our great pleasure to be here with you today for this important milestone, and that is to present the County of Monterey with Blue Zones Project Community Certification. What began as a readiness assessment in Salinas has grown into a powerful countywide movement and a health and wellness initiative that reaches across the county. Since launching in Salinas in 2019, the Blue Zones Project expanded throughout Monterey County in 2020, and now the county, Salinas, and 5 other communities have achieved Certified Blue Zone Community designation. We certainly acknowledge the sponsors of this project since day one, and that's Salinas Valley Health, Taylor Farms, and Montage Health. So starting in Salinas, the plan for Blue Zones Project was always to be a countywide effort. While working with the 6 specific municipalities of Salinas, Marina, Monterey, Seaside, Gonzales, and King City, we have also been honored to work across the entire region. And actually, the county of Monterey is the first county in the state of California to achieve full Blue Zones recognition. And I would guess to say that it's probably the biggest region really in the nation. It is.
Their county is 8,000 people.
There we go. Yeah, so we are rocking it. From supporting safe routes to schools in Soledad and Greenfield to activating a farmers market in Castroville and working alongside the Monterey County Health Department in supporting tobacco and vaping control, we have been honored to work in all corners of the county in supporting work sites, schools, businesses, and policy. We've been very grateful for your support and the support of leaders in your districts. And I also will add to the support of your staff, because when we're calling your office to get information or to make appointments, it's really been fantastic. At this point, I'd like to turn it over to Tiffany briefly, who can update you on some of the milestones that we've reached.
Good morning. Thank you, Kendra. So when we talk about Blue Zones Project implementation, and when we started this back in October of 2018, we were essentially applying a framework that would create an environment where the healthy choice is the easiest choice throughout Monterey County. And each one of those communities that Kendra named, as well as the county, had what we call certification criteria. So that meant that we needed to move the needle in a multitude of different places. We summarize it by saying people, places, and policy. But in addition to that, we also had key community metrics that we needed to show improvement of in at least 6, as well as improvement in what's called the Community Wellbeing Index. So in order to get those types of survey data to ensure that we were measuring things accurately, we did a baseline Community Wellbeing Index in 2019, surveying the entire county, because we knew that even though we were only working in Salinas at that time, that not everybody who is in Salinas works or lives here. They might live in King City and work in Salinas. So we did an oversampling then. Then we resampled in 2021, 2023, and most recently in 2025. And I will tell you that the results were really impactful, and we were thrilled to see that it aligned with those areas that we hyper-focused in. One of the things that we like to speak of from the Community Wellbeing Index is the improvement by 3.9 points in overall well-being of people in Monterey County. That's like a 5.8% increase from 2019. We saw huge increases in increased physical activity, consumption of fresh fruits and vegetables, an overall sense of community, which was important to us. But I just wanted to share with you, in total throughout Monterey County, we had 249 organizations who achieved certification or participation criteria. And that's a huge endeavor. So that's 70 work sites throughout the county, 64 schools throughout Monterey County, 62 restaurants that committed to serving healthy options, and 14 grocery stores, 8 of which are partners in our Double Up Food Bucks grant that we received, over $1 million to essentially double the food, the access to food by 50%. So if somebody's purchasing $30 worth of produce, it's only costing them $15, really trying to focus on increasing access. And then most impressively, I think, is the policy implementations, 196 policy and capacity building implementations that really provide that foundational framework for sustainability. So we're thrilled to be moving forward with this project. And while the contract with Blue Zones Project expires at the end of this month, Salinas Valley Health and Montage Health are committed to vertically integrating these programs into their health systems, and we're excited to start that the second week of October.
And to add to that, in addition to the sustainability, our ongoing projects include the Monterey County Food Systems Coalition and ensuring food access for all, the Park RX program and our partnership with the County Parks and Rec, and then working with TAMC and the Health Department in a regional traffic safety campaign, particularly for those unincorporated areas. So really achieving certification, it takes time, it takes commitment and passion, and we're very honored to officially present this recognition to the County of Monterey. Thank you. We also have journey books for you, so we'll leave those with the clerk and a little memento of the journey.
Honestly, it should go somewhere.
Yeah. Thank you so much.
Yes, thank you. Thank you.
That's beautiful.
No?
Well, it makes them happy.
Healthy and happy.
This is
cool.
Congratulations.
Thank you all so
much. Wow. Super cool. Thank you.
Incredible teamwork. Yeah, great job.
What a journey.
Thanks for
Thing.
All right. Can we grab these?
We're official now. We're official. All right.
You were there from day one.
Yeah, exactly.
Great.
Yeah, that great talk we had at Sherwood Hall.
Yeah.
He deferred to
Look, there's data. If you don't mind, thank you. And there's a few extra. Thank you very much.
So I want to thank Kendra and the entire team, Ms. DeTulio, for the work that you've done. It's been absolutely rewarding to see so much of the community engagement that happens. I know we're focused on the health, but just today I saw a post from King City saying it was their last walk of the year, right? And I've seen that group go from 3 to 4 people up to 30 to 40 people every week walking together through the community and in that engaging in conversations and creating strong community ties. And we know that a big part of the Blue Zones is living in a community where you feel connected and understood. And through the efforts of connectivity, we're making that happen. I do want to also brag on my mother. For those who don't know, my mom had the first, we're not going to call it a farmer's market, it's like an outdoor food market that got certified as a Blue Zones market. So all of these Latino vendors, still last Friday, I was in Greenfield where one of, I call them her vendors because they're those folks who she's built a community with, had their sign up that said the Blue Zones option. And my son pointed at it and said, "Oh, look, from Grandma's Market." I said, "Exactly." It had her little logo in the corner. So that Blue Zone certified label means so much to community now. They're recognizing it, and we're thankful for all that you've done to bring health, connectivity, and community back home. So thank you for all of your efforts. Supervisor Alejo.
Yeah, I just wanted to add, it's been a great 7-year journey from the beginnings, right? When we had this inspirational talk at Sherwood Hall and the video that was shown that that kind of really looked at what communities that had many years of life, what were they doing right that we could try to emulate in our own community at a lot of different levels. And over the last 7 years from many things, from when we were doing improving our policies in terms of tobacco use. You were here advocating for that. Then I've seen small businesses get certified with Blue Zone status, Star Market to the businesses on the east side, right, and offering more healthy options. And then till last night when there was a story on a centenarian woman who reached 107 years old, and I think the place that she lives became a Blue Zones place, and they offered more healthy meals, and they incorporated it as a way to really help our seniors living there, just to have better options and in terms of what was being offered there as well. So this has impacted the community in so many different ways that I think when we look back I think it's a challenge for us to say, what can we give the next generation, our children, and future generations, those options that make our community healthier all across Monterey County. So I thank you for that, having the vision and then carrying it out, and to be able to achieve. I think the first county in California to achieve this status is certainly something worth celebrating. Thank you.
Echo and congratulations to the whole, I mean, really it's the whole community. I think back to, worked with Jean Parker, Supervisor Parker, for 12 years, and we often talked about, if only we could just identify, like, what are a handful of very key metrics that we just focused on with intent and aligned everyone's efforts to say, let's take care of these things and keep track of these issues and improve the quality of life on these key points. And then Bluestones arrived and did exactly that, and then kept track of the metrics and then measured improvement on those metrics. And at the same time, we had, Bright Beginnings doing similar work that we were able to have alignment and this concept of, there's a word where we talk about, all the alignment and pointing all the arrows in the same direction that I'm not thinking of what it's called, but there.
Synergy?
Synergy, but some fancy term that we all use now, and we go to conferences for it. But that idea that, like, let's be really clear about what direction we're headed, and let's be really clear about our goals, and then let's align all of our resources towards those same goals. And the goal of a healthy community, the goal of an active community, the goal of putting our infrastructure. Building an infrastructure and building the social capital of a community so that we, I always say, like, we know, we have the data. People say, how do you make decisions? Is it how do you get people to show up to your meetings? And we have to be at all the meetings in order to tell you what you need to do. And I'm like, well, we have the data. The data tells us what we need to do. The data tells us what our communities need. And communities shouldn't have to always show up to our meetings to tell us, what they want. Like, we know what we need to do to make communities safe and healthy for our families and our children and our elders. And they shouldn't have to always be present at our meetings all the time. They should be out in the community, running around, playing in a playground, going to school, going to work, having dinner with friends, doing all the things that Blue Zones preaches. And we should be making policy choices that make it easier for those things to happen. And Blue Zones, I think, really pushed that agenda forward in ways that were joyful and fun and creative and colorful. And in alignment with the other initiatives that the county had in movement already. So thank you. And I hope that we can keep that joyful, policy-driven, data-aligned work moving forward in all of the spaces where we're making these decisions. So just yay to all the things that you started, and may we all continue to keep that focus forward. Thanks.
All right, Supervisor Church.
I don't know any place that necessarily would be more appropriate than to be the first county in the state, the largest area, than here in the salad bowl of the world, where there's fresh fruit, fresh vegetables out here, which of course are essential, an ocean out here with healthy foods that come from it. And these are, this just seems appropriate in that way that we were able to achieve that. And of course, there's all the other activities that you folks engage in, and encouraging exercising, reducing smoking. I know it's a very collaborative effort from a lot of different groups in this community to acquire this status. I mean, I remember, I just remember as a kid how prevalent smoking was, and I remember the old board chambers that used to be over there where the DA's office was. Now there were ashtrays there, for the audience. And the supervisors would be smoking and puffing away and everything. And sure wasn't blue back then. That was a gray zone of smoke. So this to see, I can see that progress in my life. I know there's a lot more to go forth and to do, and for us to expand. And we're a blue zone now, and I hope in the years to come we're going to be a bluer zone. And thank you for all the great work that you folks do as well.
Supervisor Daniels.
Not much more to add on that. Just thank you. I love the idea of Monterey County being, right up there first in the state to achieve this status. And it's just the domino effect of us becoming a healthier county is something that is going to help us in every single area that we work in as a county board of supervisors in terms of supporting our communities and ensuring that their needs are met. And your partnership just makes that work so much easier. So yay, Monterey County, yay, California. Let's be an example for so many more counties, and just thank you for this work. It's exciting to come into the board, to join the Board of Supervisors at a time when things like this are happening. It really does make this job so much easier. So thank you.
All right. So thank you all for the presentation. We appreciate it, and congratulations. All right. Then with that, I'm going to go to public comment on this item. I do see one hand up, and I believe that's Mr. Rosen's phone number. Mr. Rosen, we'll give you the ability to unmute yourself now.
Hello, supervisors. It's a wonderful program that's going on in Monterey County, but I wish it could even be strengthened to include more of an emphasis on organic, because farm workers have to breathe that stuff and they get the brunt of the pesticide exposure. And pesticides are not safe. This has been proven. If you go to sites like the Beyond Pesticides, there's studies that show that vegetables, people are eating small amounts of Roundup and other pesticides. So if there's any way this could really emphasize organic, because we want to be as healthy as possible. And the farm workers get much more exposure than the people that eat the pesticides. And organic farmers are the best. Organic farms are the best thing for the farm workers. It makes it a wholesome activity instead of a poisonous activity. And we don't want to hurt workers. We value them. And I was at a farmer's market recently where they actually had organic tamales, vegan. And I just wish we could help farmers markets have organic tamales and things like that. I just want to point out, there's one county, one bus where seniors get absolutely free bus rides if they show their Medicare card. And I don't know, they must have gotten a grant or something, but this is just an idea for Monterey County. If somehow we could get a grant or something so seniors over, say, 62 years old could get free bus rides. But thank you very much. I really appreciate what you're doing, and I'll see you soon.
Thank you, Mr. Rosen. We're going to go to, it looks like Christian Schneider next. Mr. Schneider, you have 2 minutes on the Blue Zones presentation.
Oh, my apologies. I thought this was general.
That's next. If you want to wait just a second, we'll come right back to you.
Will do. Thank you.
All right. I've got a 705 number. 705 will give you the ability to unmute yourself. You've got 2 minutes on the Blue Zones project.
Yes. Good morning, supervisors. I have a comment. I'm going to ask Blue Zones to make sure that the farm community puts on its label that there are very many heavy metals in organic now and our regular vegetables because of the battery fires. There is no mention of that. I have to pick and choose now my organic, where it comes from. And there's no labeling except on the back and very little writing that it comes from Salinas. And there's no warning that we recently had a battery fire, and for the next 100 years or so, it's going to be contaminated with heavy metals. And so for you supervisors to just sit there and say, oh yeah, we got organic farming and we've got this and that, and we're feeding the world. If you're not also warning the people about what is going on, then blue zone doesn't mean anything. So I hope I'm going to ask Blue Zone, excuse me, to incorporate that warning into the labels so people have a choice. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Seeing no other public comment at this point, we're going to close it and once again thank our partners from Blue Zones for the incredible work they're doing to spread health and connectivity and community within the confines of Monterey County, putting us first on the map as a county to receive this designation. Thank you. All right. At this time, we're going to open up our general public comment. And Mr. Schneider, your hand is down, but I know you still want to speak, so we'll give you that floor now. Go ahead and unmute yourself. You'll have 2 minutes.
Thank you. I'm assuming you can hear me?
We can.
Great. Always want to make sure. The earlier closed session public comment period, while I was speaking, Supervisor Askew left the dais, turned her back, and began hugging and laughing with a member of the audience. It wasn't just rude, it was entitled. It was the behavior of someone who believes the rules do not apply to them, and it wasn't an isolated slip. It fits a larger pattern of disregard for accountability and for the people who come before this board. What made it worse was the silence in the room. Where was County Council, whose duty it is to ensure compliance with the Brown Act? Where was the chair, responsible for maintaining order? Where was the cow, tasked with upholding integrity? Not one of you intervened. That silence wasn't neutrality, it was ratification. And when that misconduct is ratified, it becomes county policy. But here's what really truly captured the contempt of it all. This all happened while I was speaking about due process, rights, and government accountability. As I described how hard it is to fight a government that refuses to play by the rules, one of you literally walked away to laugh and socialize. You turned my testimony into background noise, an insult to me, and a mockery of the process. Supervisor Askew, you may think my words don't matter, but the law requires you to hear them. When you treat public comment like theater, you aren't just disrespecting me, you are disrespecting the very process you swore to uphold. I'm demanding acknowledgement, an apology, and recusal of Supervisor Askew, because if this board cannot even meet the basic standard of listening to its own constituents, you've proven you're unfit to sit in judgment of anyone else's rights. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Schneider. We're over time. I'm going to go to our next commenter. I've got a 705. I think that's Mr. Rosen. We'll give you the floor. No, actually, that's 705. We'll go ahead and give you the ability to unmute yourself. You'll go first. 705. Last call, 705. All right, then we're going to go to, looks like 837. 837. This is your opportunity. 837. There we go.
Hello, Supervisors.
I'm at 837
Hello?
now. 837 is up first, given the other taking too long. So 837, we'll come back to 705.
Hello, Supervisors. I just want to, first of all, I just want to talk a minute about what's happening in our country, and it's affecting all of us. You know, Charlie Kirk was just honored by the, you know, there was an honor. It wasn't just condemning the political violence, which is horrible, and we're all against it, but it was actually honoring the man, you know, and I'm very disturbed by this because our own Congress member, Panetta, Jimmy Panetta, voted to honor Charlie Kirk. And Charlie Kirk goes around, has done a lot to vilify Black people and Black women in particular, apparently, and he didn't like Martin Luther King, and he said the Civil Rights Act was a mistake, and we're honoring him. And this is just so bad. He has a terrible record of, he voted for a bill to allow the president to easily kill nonprofits that he judges as supporting terrorism. Well, at his judgment, mind you. And by the way, Alex Padilla was against that because it allows a lot of abuse and a lot of discretion. But Mr. Panetta voted to allow the president to cancel nonprofits, like who criticize the government of Israel. And he's continually voted for the genocide over there. So I wish this board could give him some more direction, like not to support people like Charlie Kirk. We all admit it's a great tragedy, but we don't have to honor the man, and we don't have to support the genocide over there. And I just wish that that you could give more direction to Mr. Panetta, and maybe do a resolution, please, to like Mr. Pritzker is saying, any ICE agents that break the law are going to be arrested. Maybe they won't be prosecuted on a federal level, but they can be prosecuted on a state level. So please be brave and make sure that anyone.
Thank you, Mr. Rosen. We're at time. Thank you, Mr. Rosen.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. We're going to go to 7:05 now.
Yes, supervisors, I second what Mr. Rosen has just said. I was shocked to hear that Panetta actually voted to honor this man. If this is the kind of people representing us, we don't have a hope in hell to overcome the fascism that has taken hold of our country. And secondly, my father filmed World War II. I was brought up with photographs of piles of dead bodies from Dachau. It was never taught in school. But my father warned me. He said, when they start disappearing, people leave the country. And here in Alcatraz in Florida, the alligator Alcatraz in Florida, 1,200 people are now missing without due process. And it seems that no congressman is standing up and saying, this goes against our Constitution. This is illegal. I called Congressman Panetta's office. Silence. You never get anything from him. But yes, he will honor Charlie Kirk. And yes, he will bomb the Palestinians. This man needs to leave office. He's not fit for office. Thank you.
All right, we're going to go to Margie K next. Margie, we'll give you the ability to unmute yourself. You have 2 minutes.
Thank you. I've raised my hand to thank Supervisor Church, the County of Monterey, the Department of Public Works for the current repaving of Elkhorn Road, and for the county litter guards, and for the contract with Smith & Enright for collecting the litter and illegal dumping along Elkhorn Road. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Kay. We're going to go to Catherine next. Catherine, you've got 2 minutes. You should have the ability to unmute yourself now.
Good morning, Supervisor.
I think you muted yourself again, Catherine. I haven't started your time yet. If you want to remove yourself from mute, perfect.
Am I here now?
We are, yes.
Okay, good morning. Thank you. I just want to add a comment to Mr. Snyder's comment. I unfortunately have experienced similar behavior from you, Mr. Lopez. Like when Mr. Light spoke and you said, you know, add to that, kind of like sarcastic. I don't appreciate that. It really appears that you guys forget that you have constituents. I'm again going to say something about 2 minutes. Public comment is all we get. That needs to be reevaluated. We need to be able to speak our mind. And in regards to Charlie Kirk, I don't know about all that, but I know he served God. And I know that he was trying to help with the issue of transgenderism, which is affecting a lot of things. A lot of the school shootings were transgenderism. It's insane. We gave gay rights. You know, there has to be a line in the sand as far as a moral compass. I admire Charlie Kirk, and may he rest in peace. Further, again, accountability and transparency from you folks. Monterey County Child Protective Services was sued in 2021. The Board of Supervisors approved the settlement. FOIA asking how much that settlement was. I got a response from county council that was that she was unable to disclose that. That's public information. You guys settled it. I want to know how much you paid or you authorized for that lawsuit in 2021 against Linda Castillo, who kidnapped my infant grandson, and I'm filing a federal tort. So Monterey County is going to be sued again.
Thank you, Ms. Lester. We're at time. All right, seeing no other hands up, I'll go in room. The trash talker.
That's one name. Good morning, Chair Lopez, members of the board. Liz Hall here with WM. Just here today to provide you with an update regarding the local call center. Just a little background, as you know, WM was directed to begin a local call center this year as part of our new agreement with the county. Developing this has been a true labor of love and well worth it. I last updated you all that we went live taking calls in Castroville beginning mid-June. At that time, as our agents got comfortable answering the phones, we did have some back-end support from our Southern California call center agents. I'm proud to update you today that as of August 28th, all calls to the 800-321-8226 number, that's listed on the side of the cans. Invoices is a dedicated phone number for Monterey County and King City customers. Those calls are solely being answered by our Castroville agents. They're standing on their own. The back-end support from SoCal was removed, and it's been going well. So I just wanted to give those ladies a shout out. We've gotten great feedback from customers, and our agents, Anna, Vanessa, Jasmine, Megan, and Felicia, have really done a great job filling that need for us. So I'm proud of that team in this project, and I thank you all for your support and patience as this came to fruition, and we'll provide additional updates on other items in the future. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Hall. Anybody else in the room? Mr. Peterson.
Good morning. Name is Eric Peterson, and I'd just like to agree with the callers who criticized Mr. Panetta and regarding Charlie Kirk. Charlie Kirk was basically off my radar until he got shot, and him being shot was a tragedy. But the list of people he hated, it was like everybody but white males. He hated transgender people, he hated gay people, and how anybody can support somebody like that is just beyond me. And Mr. Panetta did, as did Zoe Lofgren, and unfortunately many others. And that's just, in my opinion, wrong. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Peterson. I don't see anybody else coming forward in room. No hands up via Zoom, so I'm going to close public comment, bring it back to the dais. So at this point, we're going to proceed to item 25. Supervisor Alejo.
I just wanted to say a word on behalf of my colleague, not that I need to speak for her, but I feel the same way. We had a longtime county employee who returned after, he's a decorated veteran who had been out on serious illness. So yes, when I saw him in this room, I too wanted to greet him. So I welcome him back, but just so the public knows that that's why it was so important for us to at least say hello and acknowledge him as soon as we saw him in this chamber. Thank you.
Welcome back, Jack.
No, thank you. Thank you, Supervisor Alejo. I just, regardless of who's in the audience, I do just want to personally apologize to our constituent, any constituent. I think we do deserve to provide our full attention to all constituents when they're here providing testimony to us. And so I appreciate the feedback that was provided, and I want to apologize to Christian Schneider, who provided comment, and to anyone who's in the audience ever providing testimony in audience or online. I do believe it is our duty and responsibility to be present and providing our full attention. So I'll make that statement and that comment and acknowledgement and apology here in this presence, and also was very pleased to welcome back an employee who we're so thrilled and overwhelmed, and really it's overcome with emotion to walk into the chambers and see see Jack here today. So my apologies to Christian, and thrilled to have you back, Jack. Thank you.
All right, with that, Ms. Hollingsworth, if you'd come forward, we'll go to 25.1.
Good morning, Chair Lopez and members of the board. My name is Nicole Hollingsworth, and I'm your Legislative Program Manager. Today, I'm bringing forth a recommendation from the County Administrative Officer that the board consider taking a position on 3 federal pieces of legislation that you have in front of you there. It's H.R. 5449, Senate Bill 2885, and H.R. 4889. Essentially, these 3 bills seek to inhibit the ability for states to redistrict before midterm elections nationwide. At the last board meeting, you voted to support California Proposition 50, which would enable California to redistrict per a legislatively referred ballot proposition. However, the purpose of Proposition 50 is to respond to the state of Texas redistricting prior to midterms. So these 3 federal bills would create equity amongst all the states in terms of redistricting, meaning no states, including Texas, would be permitted to redistrict before midterms, thus being in line with Prop 50. Please note that these 3 bills outlined in the board report are authored by California lawmakers, including lead author Representative Lofgren, who is, of course, part of our Monterey County federal delegation. And this legislation was also only introduced on September 18th with urgency clauses. It was a huge topic of conversation at the last Rural Counties and California Representatives, RCRC meeting on the 19th, for which Chair Lopez was present, which is why I'm bringing it to the full board today, all those urgency clauses and this just coming up just right after our Prop 50 presentation. So I'll leave it at that. If you have any questions about this legislation or any of Prop 50 or anything like that, we do have our federal lobbyists, Caitlin and Maria, on Zoom. But I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to go to the public with this, and I do see a hand up from 837. 837, we'll give you the floor.
Hello, Supervisor Lopez and supervisors. This is a great idea because obviously Trump is rigging it in other states. I don't think it's very unlikely it's going to pass. First of all, the Republicans aren't going to let it pass because they feel they have no principles, and they feel that redistricting will benefit them. And Trump would certainly veto it, but it's always good to do the right thing and to try. And I wish it would even go farther because Trump is trying to ban mail-in voting, and that should be addressed. And in Republican districts, people have had to wait like 7 hours to vote. And believe me, it's going to, Democratic districts and in Republican states. And it's going to be they're going to try to make it extremely difficult for people to vote, particularly people of color. And down in Georgia and Mississippi and those Republican states, they actually have vigilante groups that removed a lot of people from the voter rolls for really no reason, particularly black voters and Democratic voters. And these issues need to be addressed. So we're in a very deadly situation right now. Greg Pallas made a case that Trump would have lost, but there was a lot of vigilante groups and a lot of voters removed from the rolls. Remember how Florida used to be Democrat? Well, they've got the fixes in. I think it's very likely that Trump did not win the election, but we need to even go beyond this and insist on mail-in voting and not making voting too difficult, and not having these vigilante groups in red states. But this is a good thing, and so we're in a very, very dangerous spot right now. All of us, particularly people of color, that he can just, God knows what he's going to do.
Thank you, Mr. Rosen.
Thank
We're
you.
at time.
Thank you so much.
All right. Anyone else? Ms. Lester, I see your hand up. We'll give you the floor.
Hi, thank you again. I say no on 50. And I love President Trump. And I'm tired of the corruption in California with the illegal immigrants who broke the law when they crossed the border. This isn't about racism. This is about law and order. We have in Monterey County and nationwide an agency called Child Protective Services that is removing children on hearsay allegations. No proven abuse, no DA takes it and prosecutes the parent. CPS works as their own law enforcement agency, and that is RICO. They are getting federal funding for every child they remove from a parent's home and they place in the foster system instead of with a relative, which is a violation of policy and procedure. And it's happening across the United States because they get what's called Title IV E&D funding from the Social Security block grants.
Can you bring
We're
this back to the
coming
point, Ms. Lester? We're on this item. It's not general public
change
comment.
Okay, well, it still goes back to Prop 50, no on Prop 50. And our president is our president.
All right, thank you. Anybody else? All right, seeing no hands up via Zoom, no one in room, I'll bring it back. I did ask that this be brought forward. I think these three pieces are critical so that we're not stuck in conversations like we were last week, having to have these conversations about two wrongs making a right or not. I think this is critical for the nation. I agree that it is unlikely to pass, but at the same time, taking a stand and saying that we support legislation that limits the ability of folks to try to change the landscape and playing field in the middle of the game is really important. And so I just wanted to put that out there. I think all three pieces are important. Appreciate Senator Padilla, Congresswoman Lofgren for bringing their pieces forward in the last week and wanted to get us on the record with that if there's support from my colleagues. Supervisor Alejo.
I support the first two measures for obvious reasons. In response, California only took action because of the obvious and most blatant gerrymandering I think we've ever witnessed in our nation's history after the census midterm in the state of Texas. And it was only because of those actions that California put Proposition 50 on the ballot. But it seems like there's a growing concern even among Republicans about this, and that's why Kevin Kiley introduced his bill, H.R. 4889. The only reason I can't support his bill is obviously when everything was occurring in Texas, there was never any concern from him as an author up until it could potentially impact his district. He filed his bill in early August. There's a bill that's almost similar on point, but it was filed a month before. It's called the Anti-Rigging Act. That bill is HR. It's not on this list for us to consider here today. This is HR 4358 by Congressmember Vesey and several other co-authors. It's the same substance, but I want to stay true to the people who actually filed it before when things were transpiring in the state of Texas. That's the bill I support. Sometimes when Congress members only take action when it impacts their districts but are silent in any other instant, that for me is concerning as well. So I can't support Kevin Kiley's bill. I'll abstain from that one on that vote today, but I will ask our staff to bring up H.R. 4358 in the future because it's a similar bill, but it's filed by those who are concerned about the issue before it impacted a particular Congress member's district.
I'll ask, can we add that today to council based on the way this is worded? Just to get it done.
You're adding a similar
bill.
I think you can't because the agenda item, well, actually, it says three pieces.
Yeah.
I think you have to bring it.
We could put it on the agenda for next week, even if it's on consent. But it's basically the same. The title is to prohibit states from carrying out more than one congressional redistricting after a decennial census and apportionment, which is almost similar title of the bill by Congressmember Kiley.
We go to Supervisor Daniels.
Thank you. I've got some questions for staff just in response to Supervisor Alejo. I want to find out if Representative Kiley's bill, if there's any issues that they see with it, or if it's essentially the same thing that is in Senator Padilla's bill and Zoe Lofgren's bill.
Essentially, there is no language for Kevin Kiley's bill yet, so we haven't been able to analyze that yet.
So
these are all just coming up, kind of, and we're just starting to see language and new introductions.
And the request of us today is to send a letter, to issue some level of support to the three bills. What exactly is it?
It's to consider taking a position on the three bills, right? So particularly Representative Lofgren asked us to consider her bill, and then Senator Padilla also introduced a complementary bill to Representative Lofgren's bill. So I think we'll still probably see more bills a lot like this in the next couple weeks. So
here's my my thoughts, and that is that this is however we get to the end result of no longer allowing mid-decade redistricting, we need to get there, especially if any of these pathways make the decisions that have already been made in Texas and in other states retroactively prohibit those decisions from moving forward. And we get an election in the midterms in 2026 that's based on the maps that were created in the last redistricting at the after the census. And the reason I am interested in Kiley's bill is because if any have legs under this administration, it would be this one. And so I do want to obviously see more language. It would be of interest, but however we get to the end result, that decisions that are being made by this administration and the folks that are working on behalf of this administration that are detrimental to our democracy, we need to take those avenues. We need to take those pathways. And I think it means putting politics aside and doing what's right for our democracy. And if it means supporting a Republican's bill, then you support a Republican's bill, especially if it's the one that has legs and could get across the finish line. That said, when I heard the initial press releases of the other two bills, I laughed. These are not going anywhere. This is not going to do anything. And so with that context in mind, I'm not on the Ledge Committee, and I look forward to hearing from our team who knows more about this, because this is far out of our lane as a county board of supervisors, and this is not where we usually play. So I'll just leave it to all of you and listen to the rest of the conversation. But yeah.
These bills didn't go to the legislative committee because of the
timing.
I get it.
Yeah.
My point is, you are our experts, those who sit on the Ledge Committee, and I will defer to you in these decisions.
Supervisor Church.
As chair of the Ledge Committee, this was asked to come on as a late addition, so I know it's rather timely, and I approved it onto there. I agree pretty much with Supervisor Daniels' indication here. I mean, I think the other, I had the same feeling. I saw this, I go, well, this isn't going anywhere either. I'm happy to support these bills, except for I really need to see language from Kiley's bill. I can't support a bill. I don't know what it's written about. So I think that's probably got to go back to the Ledge Committee to be looked at when they have some language for it. But that was basically to let it go out from the Ledge Committee so it would have some discussion here, because I know it's a timely matter.
Supervisor?
So we don't have language, but we're being asked to take, like, in theory, like a support under, in concept, language for a bill that would have
Limit mid-decade redistricting.
Just generally have that concept included in it. And then as the bill moves forward, we could continue to support or withdraw our support depending on what gets included in that bill. And I guess my only concern would be, like, there's a lot at play right now, and we don't typically put support positions on bills that haven't been written yet. And so I'm a little hesitant to weigh in at this point. But given that our Congresswoman, that we've been asked, I think we could offer a support in concept letter or support in theory letter for all three, with the expectation that we continue to monitor the language. If there is something that gets added to it, I would hope that we are carefully monitoring it, given our legislative platform and our values. And if there is language that is added that is in conflict with our values, we would need to retain the ability to withdraw that support at any time that there is opposition to our county values. So that would be my only hesitation. But we do that with other legislation as it's being written. We change our position over time. But I'm comfortable moving forward with a support in theory or support in concept for all three.
Supervisor Church.
Just to kind of follow up on Supervisor Askew there, if you're suggesting we support these in concept and then send it back to the legislative committee for review?
I would suggest that we support in concept with a letter now, and then ask both our staff on an ongoing basis to monitor and the Ledge Committee to monitor over the evolution.
It would go back to the Ledge Committee then as more
Ongoing
details
monitor.
develop.
And if there's immediate monitoring action that occurs in between Ledge Committee, I would ask staff to monitor in between Ledge Committee.
I can support that, I think.
So is that a motion and a second? Yeah? Okay. Yeah. Supervisor Alejo? Your mic, I think you went off.
I support the first two bills. I'm going to abstain at this time because there's no language on the Kylie bill. I would ask to bring that back once the bill's actually in print. The other bill, HR 4358, is in print. It's a very short bill, very straightforward language. It's like a one-pager of a piece of legislation. I assume that's what Kylie's bill is going to look like when it's actually in print. But I'm going to abstain on that one because it's not in print, and just ask that the other bill come up next week, or to Ledge Committee first, and then to the board to follow the process.
So how about this? I'll make a motion for the first two, and then we'll make a motion for the third.
Okay, so we got the
motion for the first two.
Okay, so we got a motion for the first two.
If the second stays.
Does that hold? Yep. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Anybody opposed? The motion carries.
I'll make
Abstentions?
a motion for the second, or the Kylie bill.
I got a second on that as well, so then we'll ask all those in favor to signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Anybody
Abstain.
opposed? And an abstention from Supervisor Alejo. Okay. So with that, we've concluded item 25.1. At this time, we're going to recess and reconvene the Board of Supervisors of the Monterey County Water Resource Agency. Let the record reflect that all directors are present. We'll turn to our clerk to see if there's any additions or corrections to this morning's agenda.
There are none.
All right, seeing none, we're going to open our general public comment on our Monterey County Water Resources Agency Board of Supervisors. I see one hand up from a Karen Edwards. Ms. Edwards, this is public comment on the Water Resources Agency agenda. Ms. Edwards? Last call, Ms. Edwards. Okay, seeing no movement there, we'll go ahead and close public comment on this agenda. Bring it back. We have one item on our consent agenda. Is there a member of the public who wishes to remove an item from this consent agenda? I'll bring it back to the board. Is there a motion for consent?
So moved.
Motion from Alejo, second from Daniels. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Anybody opposed? Any abstentions? The motion carries. With that, we're going to recess that board into closed session for lunch. We will be back here in chambers at 1:30, reconvening at 1:30 here in chambers for the Board of Supervisors. Thank you.
Well handled.
All right, I've got the full board back. It's 1:41. I'm going to reconvene this meeting of the Board of Supervisors. Let the record reflect that all members of the board are present. I'm going to ask Ana Ruela de Vidales to give us the announcement of the interpreter via her remote position.
Buenas tardes, soy Ana Rueda de Vidales y va a ser un gusto poder interpretarles a ustedes este día. Si ustedes tienen un comentario público, por favor, hablen despacio, permítanme interpretar. Muchísimas gracias.
Gracias, Ana. With that, we're going to go to Melanie Beretti for a presentation on coastal STRs.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chair and Supervisors. I'm Melanie Beretti with County Housing and Community Development, joined here in the box by Craig Spencer from HCD as well. Staff is here today presenting the vacation rental final adoption for vacation rental regulations in the coastal zone of unincorporated Monterey County. So today we are conducting a public hearing to consider adopting an ordinance that amends numerous definitions and zoning use sections of Monterey County Code Title 20 and adds Section 20.64.290 to regulate the vacation or short-term rental of residential property. By way of background, in August and then subsequent September of last year, 2024, the board adopted regulations for vacation rentals. In the inland areas of the county, those went into effect in October, and the phase-out period for unpermitted operations ended on April 14th, 2025, and so we are in implementation mode for those inland regulations. In the coastal zone, the regulations adopted by the board were forwarded to the California Coastal Commission, and at its August 13th, 2025 meeting, the Coastal Commission approved the regulations as submitted by the county. I would like to note that the Coastal Commission did request that county staff return with an update report annually to the Coastal Commission to see how the regulations are working for at least 2 years following adoption. So just as a refresher, we are talking today about the Title 20 relevant in the coastal zone. Those land use planning areas are shaded in blue, and those include North County Planning Area Coastal, as well as the Moss Landing Community Plan, Del Monte Forest, the coastal planning portion in Del Monte Forest, Carmel Area Planning, as well as the Big Sur Coast Land Use Plan Area. Also, as a recap, there are 3 vacation rental categories: homestays, which are owner occupying at least 1 bedroom within the rental while it is being rented, and that is demonstrated as being the owner's primary residence. Homestays are allowed with a ministerial, just a vacation rental operator's license. There are no caps anywhere in the county for homestays, but they are limited to 1 rental contract per every 7 days. Limited vacation rentals are unhosted, where the owner is not occupying a room, rented not more than 3 times per 12-month period. Similar to the homestays, those 2 are ministerially approved. There are no caps in any areas within the, in this case, coastal zone, and they're limited to 1 rental contract per 7 days. Commercial vacation rentals are any rental. These are your typical unhosted whole house rentals of greater than 3 times per 12-month period. Those require a discretionary approval process. There are restrictions in certain zoning districts and certain planning areas. There are caps by planning area, but there are no limits on how many contracts you can have over what period of time with a commercial vacation rental. So whether it's homestay, limited, or commercial vacation rental, all rental types are required to obtain a transient occupancy tax certificate and pay transient occupancy tax. Once that certificate is received, we process for the commercial vacation rentals. Those will process as a coastal development permit. And for the commercial vacation rental, as well as homestays and limited, they also receive that vacation rental operator's license. And then all of those operating approvals then require business licensing with the Treasurer Tax Collector. I did just want to note that the vacation rental operation licenses, as well as the coastal development permits, are not required to meet the Permit Streamlining Act, though we do try to process those in an expeditious manner. So because commercial vacation rentals, they must comply with some additional requirements due to their more frequent operation, and they are more akin to a commercial style use. So those coastal development permits are issued through hearing at the zoning administrator. They're issued for 7-year terms, with each renewal being able to renew for up to a 7-year extension. There is a 4% cap by planning area of the total single-family residential dwelling units that could be permitted as commercial vacation rentals. And they are more specifically, commercial vacation rentals are prohibited anywhere in the Big Sur Coast Land Use Plan area. They are prohibited in the low-density residential zoning district of the Carmel Area Land Use Plan, which is Carmel Highlands. They're also restricted in Moss Landing Community Plan. They're not allowed in the low and medium density residential, but commercial vacation rentals are allowed in all of the other zoning districts in Moss Landing. So I did get an inquiry from the supervisor's office wanting some information about kind of where we are to date, and I thought it would be a good opportunity just to provide an update as well to the commission. To the board. So just as a reminder for where we were at, in 2022, when we issued our notice of preparation of our EIR, we had worked to develop kind of the best available data set for how many unpermitted but advertising vacation rentals were operating within unincorporated Monterey County. That's that column to the left. We looked at the allowed column is that 4% cap by planning area. I did want to note that I did highlight in blue the coastal planning areas, which is the final adoption before you today. And you will notice overall, our rental regulations allow for an overall increase of 522 across the county. If in potential commercial vacation rentals over what was operating. That being said, there are some important distinctions for where those operations could take place. And in the coastal zone in particular, you'll notice that multiple of those coastal zone planning areas actually show a net reduction from how many were advertised and operating, at least in 2022, to how many are allowed under the current regulations. So as we indicated, we have been in implementation mode in the inland areas, and by way of update, we have processed to date 134 new vacation rental applications. The breakdown here by homestay, limited vacation rental, and commercial vacation rentals can be shown. I'll also note that we do have 34 that were prior approved. Those prior approved operations were under the previous regulations. They will either expire on their date of expiration or not more than 7 years, which would be October of 2031, to come into compliance with the new regulations. Just to give a kind of an update of where we are today. So the number of actual vacation rentals that are operating, that are advertising, it moves and migrates over time. That was a part of the data challenges with the EIR. So this is just a snapshot of where we're seeing vacation rentals based on our new Rentalscape third-party software. The green is the 2023 listings, where in 2023 we had a total of 492 verified listings in unincorporated county. The blue dots are from 2025, this current year through September, of 635 verified listing throughout the county. So some overlap, and then some, appear and disappear over time. Again, staff got an inquiry with regards to transient occupancy tax and the relation of the regulations to that. What this is showing is, if you look at the far column, by fiscal year, the most recent fiscal year at the top that is closed, the last 5 fiscal years, barring 2020 to 21, which was COVID. The transient occupancy tax has stayed fairly constant between 38 and 40 million coming into the county over the prior 4 years. And during that time, while the data was not collected to be able to distinguish the precise type of vacation rental and operation that was operating, you can tell the distinction. The Treasurer Tax Collector was able to show that it's held fairly consistent over the last 4 years, that about 89 to 90% of the total TOT comes from hotel and motel operations, and then the 10, closer to on average 11%, come from vacation rentals of the total types that are there, and that's held relatively constant recently. So there has been... So staff does intend to work with the Treasurer Tax Collector. Staff at Housing and Community Development and Treasurer Tax Collector have been coordinating with Rentalscape and with each other as we've been implementing the new inland regulations to continue that coordination so that we can, moving forward, continue to collect and track permitting, unpermitted operations, where we are permitting along with towards the caps that have been established, as well as tracking the transient occupancy tax as we go forward. We'll be able to better track those based on different types of the vacation rental, homestays, limited versus commercial vacation rentals. For next steps in the coastal zone, if adopted today, the coastal zone regulations would go into effect on October 24th, 31 days from now. And in those regulations, unpermitted operations have 2 months from that effective date or until December 24th to come into compliance, which means either coming in and submitting a permit under the new regulations or ceasing operations in the coastal zone. Also, we intend to return to the board, staff intends to return to the board for an implementation status update in coordination with the Treasurer Tax Collector. We do recommend that we return in February of 2026. That will allow the Treasurer Tax Collector to collect 2 full quarters in this current fiscal year under the new regulations and licensing, so we can have that more refined data. So staff intends to come with a broader update to the board and a discussion about how the regulations as a whole are doing. That will be after also the implementation timeline passes for coastal zone. And then we also in the fall anticipate bringing an annual report. We would bring it here, provide it to the board prior to providing it to the California Coastal Commission for how the regulations in the coastal zone are operating. Therefore, staff recommends that the board find that the amendment to Title 20 are consistent with the certified final environmental impact, acknowledge receipt of the California Coastal Commission's resolution approving the county's local coastal program amendment, and adopt an ordinance that amends Title 20 to add regulations for vacation rentals of residential properties in the coastal zone. Staff is available if there are any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Brady. With the concurrence of the board, I'd like to go to public comment first, if that works. You want to go first?
If I could just say a couple things.
Go for it.
Sorry, Chair. I would normally not do this, but I do have some questions I'll save for afterward, just specifically about the additional report that you provided on the current status. But I just, before public comment, did want to have an opportunity to thank Ms. Beretti and Mr. Spencer, and to also thank the staff at the California Coastal Commission for getting us to this point where we are taking like final local action. And I had the opportunity to be with you both and see you at the California Coastal Commission hearing. And it was a very impressive culmination of years of work, years of community engagement. And what I want to just reiterate to everyone, having been engaged since all the time I spent on the Planning Commission, engaged with this set of regulations, both inland and coastal, is to confirm the amount of time that was spent with the local land use plans in the coastal zone to ensure that what was brought forth to the Coastal Commission was consistent with the Big Sur land use plan, with the Carmel area land use plan, with the North County land use plan, with the Del Monte Forest land use plan. And that doesn't mean that there isn't going to be a need or room for tweaking, for reevaluating. But what the Coastal Commission said in their staff report and in the decision was a confirmation that the rules and policies that are put forth are consistent with the rules and policies that are in those local land use plans. And that was something that the Coastal Commission had been asking for many years in their letters. And I just want to thank you for the time it took to ensure those consistency determinations were made, and then to listen to the Coastal Commission, because at one point in time, homestays were not part of the regulations. And homestays are something that can be done anywhere in Monterey County in any local area land use plan. The same thing with the opportunity to have a limited vacation rental and do a whole home commercial rental without anyone present 3 times a year. And that process and the way that you've designed it is ministerial and is relatively easy for the applicant to be able to get a permit over the counter to do a homestay, to do a limited vacation rental. And then what you demonstrated in what you presented today is that the commercial application is a bigger process, but we even do have people that have come in and got that permit. And so I just, again, wanted to say thank you, and I look forward to the future progress. And it's relatively amazing to me that we are here in this final procedural stage to have regulations where none existed. And I believe truly that lack of regulation is our biggest challenge. And now we can move forward and have a plan in place that works. Thank you.
All right. Barring any other desire to speak at this point, we'll go to the public. I see quite a few hands up on Zoom, but I'm going to go to folks in the room first. If there's anybody else via Zoom who wishes to participate, I'll remind you to use the raise hand function or *9 via landline to be recognized. Again, anybody in the room who wishes to speak, this is your moment. Please come forward. We'll allow 2 minutes per speaker.
Okay, thank you. Can you guys hear me? Okay, thank you. We, my husband and I, are here regarding the Monterey County ordinance for short-term rentals. While we recognize the importance of balancing neighborhood and housing availability, we believe the current ordinance will have unintended consequences and negative effects that warrant further review. As community-minded Pebble Beach homeowners for 26 years, we have hosted guests in our Del Monte Forest home since 2016, 10 years. We do not allow parties. We greet each guest personally and maintain minimal impact by living in the home. There has been no reports or recorded complaints against us. As seniors on a fixed income with personal hardships, including 37 years of full-time wheelchair use, the proposed ordinance will make it impossible for us to continue residing in our home without the supplemental income from home hosting. The ordinance as written will result in financial hardship and will necessitate the sale of our home. We provide lodging to guests who seek alternative accommodations to local hotels. So many guests appreciate learning about the area through our recommendations. Consideration of this ordinance's impact on tourism and the transient occupancy tax revenue may be beneficial for you to consider as well. The permit process posed is extremely cost prohibitive. Please reconsider signing this punitive, ill-conceived ordinance. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next.
I'm Chair Lopez and Vice Chair Askew and honorable supervisors. My name is Kirk Gaffel. I'm a longtime resident of Big Sur, and I'm serving as a spokesperson for the Big Sur Local Coastal Defense Committee. The Big Sur Defense Committee has over 250 members of the Big Sur community as supporters, both residents and business owners. For over a decade, we have been concerned with a great increase in the number of short-term rentals in the Big Sur planning area and an inadequate regulatory system limited to complaint-based code enforcement. Through many years of public meetings and planning efforts, the county has finally developed short-term rental regulations that, while not perfect, are ones that the Big Sur Defense Committee can support, and we urge the board to adopt the Coastal Zone Vacation Rental Ordinance to achieve resource protections and regulatory clarity for visitors, residents, and the owners of vacation rentals alike. We believe the county has struck an appropriate balance for the Big Sur area. The ordinance provides residents of Big Sur with economic opportunities to rent their homes as limited vacation rentals or homestays, while the ordinance also discourages the further conversion of residences to full-time commercial vacation rentals with owners that do not live or work in Big Sur. I also wish to thank the many county staff members, certainly Craig and Melanie, and the board supervisors who have worked with the public for over a decade to craft an ordinance to address this very challenging issue in our communities. We urge the board to adopt the Coastal Zone Vacation Rental Ordinance so that the county can begin to effectively implement these balanced regulations. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Gaffel. Anybody else in the room?
Hello, supervisors. I came to the, I'm Margot Thomas. I have a house in the Carmel Highlands, and I was present at the Coastal Commission hearing, and it was truly disturbing to see how Monterey County was unable to provide the TOT figures, and now we have them today. I don't understand what that's all about, because they were making decisions based on important data that was not available to them at the time. I know Chair Lopez, excuse me, you did bring that up as a point of concern. And I just feel that this whole LCP has been based on misinformation. There's a few loud neighbors in the Highlands who would come and harass my guests, telling children that they're bad people for renting my house. And it's just completely backwards. Everyone's talking about a balanced approach. And 100% ban is not balanced any way, shape, or form. There's been issues about septic brought up, and I've owned my house for 15 years. I've engaged in routine septic maintenance, zero problems. I have a 2-bedroom house. This is not a party house. We have really lovely people who are super grateful to be there. And I just have to say, like, the impact for my family, this is so low, for my family and for my workers, they're all out of a job now. I have gardeners, I have cleaning people, I have handymen. Like, my dad has Parkinson's, like, caring for a parent, going through that, and then just like having to deal with a financial issue on top of that is just mind-blowing. So I urge you to review the LCP, look at it with some intelligence and care about the community, because the coastal access piece is huge too. People love our area to see like the migrating whales, the trees. This is not an opportunity that a hotel could provide. As well, also, hotels are going to get so expensive for these families coming to the area. And, oh, okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. I have so much more to say.
Next. Anyone else in the room? All right, seeing no one else in the room, I'm going to go to Zoom. I do see quite a few hands up here. What's that first?
Yeah. Jay Kaysen?
Jay Kaysen.
Hi, I'm Joseph Senish, and I am one of the founders and principals of Carmel Coast Estate. And thank you for allowing me the opportunity to speak here today. As Margot points out, there are going to be a lot of job losses here. Our employees are all sitting at home praying for a better outcome. I would submit that any of the supervisors who have received campaign contributions from the hotel industry should recuse themselves from voting today. I would also submit that the absence of data at the Coastal Commission does indeed lead to a false narrative. I'm going to say right now that every single dollar that we receive on TOT is only 10% of the amount that was spent on rent. And studies have consistently shown that people renting vacation rentals spend 3 times as much in the community as they do on rent. So for every $1 million of TOT we lose, it's not just $10 million in rents, 35% of which goes to local people working on those homes, but another $30 million is spent in the community, mostly at restaurants and retail stores. And for every dollar in TOT, you also have $1 in sales tax. You also have, $9 in sales tax collected. So I think that this is a poorly thought out, poorly planned ordinance to eliminate employment in an area where tourism is our #1 industry.
All right, thank you. We're going to go to Adrian B. next. Adrian B.
My apologies. One last thing. I will point out that the availability of short-term housing has been driven by the Planning Commission, not short-term rentals. We've seen an absolute 5% reduction over 10 years in available housing in District 5. There's fewer units today than there were 15 years ago.
We're at time. Thank you. I'm going to go to Adrian B. next. Adrian?
Hello, can you hear me?
We can.
Okay, supervisors, some have argued that short-term rentals are affordable coastal housing. Short-term rentals in Carmel Highlands is not affordable accommodations. The cheapest listing today is almost $600 a night. That's over $4,000 for a week. At the top end, it's more than $8,000 a night. That's over $56,000 a week. And Miss Margot, who just spoke, her rental property, I just looked 1 second ago, is over $1,000 a night for her 2-bedroom home. These are not family rentals. They're not for teachers, nurses, or local workers. They are luxury products serving only the wealthy few. And every house taken off the market for short-term rental is one less home for residents. That drives up prices, pushes out neighbors, destabilizes our community, and worsens the housing crisis. Meanwhile, hotels and inns are not full, and they already provide local housing options with regulation, oversight, and taxes that support the community. Short-term rentals avoid those responsibilities. They are unregulated businesses in residential neighborhoods. Let's be clear, these are second and third homes, treated like investment toys by people who don't live here. Their greed comes at the direct expense of their neighbors, their neighborhoods, and the stability of our community. And when asked to follow the rules, they threaten lawsuits to protect their profits. That's not civic engagement, that's exploitation. Supervisors should not be intimidated by those who put personal gain over the public good. Your responsibility is to residents, not to speculators. The evidence is clear. Short-term rentals here are not affordable alternatives. They are luxury rentals.
We're at time. Thank
Please
you.
stand up.
I'm going to go to Glenn next. Glenn Barry.
Can you hear me?
We can.
Okay. My name is Glenn Barry. I've been a resident of Carmel Highlands for nearly 40 years and currently serve as president of the Carmel Highlands Association. I have also been an active participant in the short-term rental policy process for over a decade now. From this vantage point, I have witnessed firsthand the extensive work and thoughtful compromise that has gone into crafting this ordinance before us today. County staff, county supervisors, and the California Coastal Commission have all contributed to what is a fair and balanced outcome. This ordinance honors the spirit of the Carmel Land Use Plan. It gives proffers deference to the ecological concerns, allows short-term rentals at a reasonable and regulated level across the greater Monterey Peninsula to address visitor needs, and most importantly, takes a meaningful step towards addressing our region's critical housing shortage. Every conceivable constituency, legal requirement, and relevant issue has been taken into account. It's time to move forward. Continued delay only further denies working families the opportunity for stable housing in our community. We will undoubtedly hear from short-term rental proprietors today, as we already have, many of whom will speak about the personal hardships this ordinance may cause them. But let's not overlook the very real and ongoing hardship that these same STRs have imposed upon families by removing houses from the long-term rental market. Despite their claims, short-term rental owners are not without options. They can rent their home to long-term to local families, rent rooms within their homes, or sell them at a substantial profit. The supposed housing hardship is pale compared to what our working families endure due to the lack of housing in our community. I urge you to pass the ordinance as written and take this essential step forward. Thank you for your time and your consideration. Good evening.
All right, so next up we have, it looks like Susan Kellerman.
Can you hear me?
We can.
Okay, thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Susan Kellerman and I live in Carmel Highlands. I respectfully urge you to approve final adoption of Title 20 in the coastal zone. This step is critical to ensuring consistency with the local coastal program, providing clarity for residents and businesses, and giving staff the tools they need to fairly and effectively administer our land use policies. We've had extensive review, community input, and planning commission support. At this point, final adoption isn't about starting something new. It's about finishing the job and bringing our coastal regulations into alignment so we can move forward with certainty and accountability. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. It looks like my next caller is actually a phone number ending in 044. Again, 044. This is your time now to unmute and share your comment. Zero 44.
Hello?
We've got you now.
Hello? Okay. Here, Lopez and Commissioners, my name is Janet Hardesty, and thank you for allowing me to speak today. First off, I wanted to thank everyone who participated these past 12 years at getting the coastal ordinance out. That's planning commissioners, supervisors, neighbors, opponents, housing and community development. I want to thank everybody. It's been a long haul. I am a member of Keep Big Sur Wild in the Big Sur Defense Committee, but only speaking for myself today. I would like you to adopt this ordinance as written. Thank you. And as Coastal Commissioner Jackson stated back in August 13th, while not perfect, it's a good start. And I couldn't agree with him more. But there are a few areas that need tweaking. But first, my biggest concern is right now, the Housing and Community Development are handing out permits to owners of guest houses and giving them permits to separately rent out a guest house when this is not allowed in our new ordinance. And it's written throughout the ordinance. And I know it was brought up numerous times, but it hit the floor just like so many other good ideas. And I would like to please have Housing and Community Development, please stop handing out homestay permits to guest houses. A homestay permit is for the primary residence, a bedroom in the primary residence, not a guest house. Thank you. Goodbye.
All right, next I see Fred, and I can't make out the last name because my contacts are drying out. Faltersack, you're up.
Can you hear me?
We can.
Okay. We can. I thank you for hearing me. I'm afraid that this ordinance is going to harm every aspect with respect to visitors wanting to enjoy the many sights and wonders of the Monterey County coastline and inland areas. I think that it's going to reduce hundreds of options of where these visitors might stay. It's less options to stay will cause hotel operators and the remaining STRs to increase prices. I believe competition is a good thing. Fewer vacationers, I believe, will be able to afford Monterey County and cause them to seek more affordable destinations elsewhere. I believe that businesses, that wineries, that restaurants, retailers, they'll all be harmed. The employment in the Monterey County, the employment will be harmed as the businesses have struggled more. I believe that they'll be forced to reduce labor force or reduce hours. And I just, in general, believe that this ordinance needs much more tweaking before it is enforced. So I would hope that that it receives a no vote for today. Thank you.
Thank you. The next name I see is Patty Cronland. Patty, we'll go ahead and give you the ability to unmute yourself. You've got 2 minutes.
Thank you, Chair Lopez and Board of Supervisors. Today, I'm Patty Cronland. I'm the Executive Director of the Community Association of Big Sur, and we have been working along with Monterey County on this ordinance for these last several years. And I just want to acknowledge especially Craig Spencer and Melanie Beretti and all the Monterey County staff who has spent thoughtful time on this ordinance. And today I really feel that this is the most balanced approach. As Kate Daniels said earlier, it may need some adjusting, but we don't know until we actually start the ordinance. So at this point, I urge the board to adopt this vacation rental ordinance as stated. Thank you.
All right. I don't see any other hands up at this time. I'll make one last call for folks via Zoom who wish to participate. Please use the raise hand function, *9 via landline to be recognized. Seeing no additional hands going up, no one coming forward in room, I'll close the public comment portion and bring it back to the dais at this time. We'll start with Supervisor Daniels.
Thank you. I don't want to rehash the past, but I do have a couple questions that I think do merit addressing since it came up in public comment. The first would be, I definitely want to be able to address the comment about Del Monte Forest and whether or not you have an opportunity in Del Monte Forest to have a short-term rental. Can you address what is possible in the forest in terms of what's in this ordinance?
Yeah, through the chair. In Del Monte Forest, so in coastal Del Monte Forest, the homestays are allowed. That's a ministerial process. And that's just as a reminder where you have visitors come into your home and you're residing there while they're renting. Also limited vacation rentals, which are up to 3 times a year. Those are also ministerial, which I believe the cost is around $1,000 for the initial, and then the renewals are less than that. And then the regulations do allow for commercial vacation rentals. That is a more costly and a hearing process for a coastal development permit. I will acknowledge that currently both inland and coastal in Del Monte Forest, there is a dispute in terms of whether or not the roads are allowed to be utilized as vacation rentals. That roads dispute does come into play for commercial vacation rentals because those are discretionary decisions, but that is a separate issue. But full disclosure, that is one challenge that has yet to fully resolve itself in Del Monte Forest.
Just to clarify that point, it's the
Pebble Beach company policy on the use of residences within the forest. It is not a county policy. That's in dispute.
So to reiterate then, a ministerial process which is over the counter and is not as costly, $1,000 for the original permit and then something less than that for renewals, is available to all residents of Del Monte Forest. And then if you want a commercial vacation rental, there is nothing in this plan that is prohibiting folks from applying for that permit, but there is a dispute with the Pebble Beach company that may limit that potential in the future or their ability to move forward.
Yeah, so I mean, the dispute would really be between property owners and the Pebble Beach company.
Okay.
But it would likely come up as part of a discretionary permit process, which is I think why Melanie brought it up. But the permits are available, up to 4% of the existing housing stock within Del Monte Forest.
And then because it's been coming into my office, this question, and it was brought up today in public comment, my understanding is that a guest house is similar to a room in a house because it does not have a kitchen. That's what distinguishes it from an ADU, for example. And so if a property owner wanted to apply for a homestay, and they themselves were either staying in the guest house and renting out the rest of the home, or they were in their home and renting out the guest house with access to the kitchen in their home, they could do that or they could not do that.
Yeah, so we are allowing the use of guest houses as part of the whole homestay rental ability. And so guest houses don't contain kitchens or cooking facilities. They're detached bedrooms of the home. It is within the guest house regulations that they can't be rented separately from the main home, but they can be used as a bedroom within the home. So it would be kind of splitting hairs not to allow the use of the guest house as part of a homestay, as part of our adopted regulations. So we have been allowing and permitting homestays that include the use of a guest house as well as the house in its whole.
And then because it came up in regards to the Carmel Highlands area, and I had originally said in my comments how important it was to me that these proposals were consistent with the local coastal program, my how do I say this? This is not about banning them in an area because we don't want to see short-term rentals in a certain area. It's about what is appropriate for a certain area. And I think maybe we should take the opportunity, if possible, very briefly, to hear from environmental health about the septic situation in the Carmel Highlands and why it was determined both by Housing and Community Development and supported by the Coastal Commission that these high-density septic systems and the relative closeness to the wells in the area and the particular type of terrain has created a situation that the state has had to get involved with. And it's a situation where raw sewage is piling up after every rain on the edge of the highway and in worst case scenarios flowing into the ocean, which prompted the county to have to draft a 2009 Monterey County Carmel Highlands on-site wastewater management plan, et cetera. And I think that this is sort of missing from the conversation. And if it merits for everybody's benefit 30 seconds from environmental health, I think we should take it because it's worth noting that that was the consistency determination that was made for this area. And that was why the resource was considered constrained.
I'm not sure if environmental health on Zoom.
Environmental health have somebody on to answer that question and provide that clarification.
Good afternoon, everybody. This is Nikki Fowler with Environmental Health. Yes, I can take a crack at it. Well, I'll just summarize to say that there was a moratorium put into place in the early 2000s based on the density of small lots served by on-site wastewater treatment systems, and the proliferation of private wells that were being proposed in the area due to the unavailability of water from CalAm, which was originally intended to serve the area. In order to respond to the moratorium on new septic systems, the county did a study specific to the Carmel Highlands area. Some of the findings included just recognizing that the soil characteristics is that there is very shallow soil, normally 2 to 4 feet deep of a sandy loam that overlays permeable, weathered, decomposed granite bedrock. And so as Supervisor Daniels was alluding to, when there is inadequate soil, that can lead to partially treated sewage kind of riding along this bedrock layer and daylighting out of cut banks such as retaining walls or roadways. Ultimately, as a result, the county has put into place more stringent standards that must be met at the time of issuance of a septic system currently. That requires groundwater monitoring, percolation testing, and oftentimes a more advanced alternative treatment system that relies on a very shallow dispersal like drip dispersal is utilized to overcome site conditions that are not conducive to on-site wastewater treatment. But that does only apply to new systems, not to existing developed lots. And I will stand by for any further questions if needed.
I just appreciate that. And I believe in terms of what came up, that's all I had in regards to the public comment. And I'll save my future questions for when we have a presentation about when you come back to the board with a presentation on the progress as we've made it.
All right. Other comments, questions? Supervisor Alejo?
Thank you very much. We've had numerous hearings on this issue. Obviously, it's gone on for years getting to this point. But just want to get clarity. On this chart that has all the commercial vacation rentals, just want to understand the numbers better and then look at the economic impact. In these 3 areas with the restrictions under the new ordinance, what is our estimate? How many of those units will be impacted? So I see the total numbers of allowed in all the areas. I think it's 1,347. Change was 522. So there's been more. How many homes are going to be impacted by the ordinance come October?
So what we're not able to do is do a direct correlation between. So these numbers are based in 2022, the best available data. What I was trying to demonstrate with the subsequent verified rentals advertising data is it really does ebb and flow and it changes over time. So it's difficult to give a true quantified response to that. What I can say is overall in the coastal zone, based on that 2022 best available data at the time of how many were operating in those coastal zone areas, we would see a reduction in 4 of those LUP areas. Big Sur Coast would go from, at that time, 37 to 0. Carmel LUP would go from, at that time, 218 operating, if we assume all of those were operating as commercial, to only 118. So it'd be a drop of 100. Del Monte Forest would be a drop of 26. And then Moss Landing would drop down from 11 to 2. So a 9 down in Moss Landing, with North County LUP having capacity to grow up to 105. So they're overall...
About 175?
105 would be the increase. So it's an overall...
No, but decrease impacted homes 175, right? Because the second one you mentioned, that was 100 drop alone there. The other one had 37 to 0, going down to 0, 26 in the third category, and then a loss of 9 in Moss Landing. So I think that adds to about 174, if I'm not mistaken. once and just looking at the economic, so, and I bring that up because we're talking about who's going to be impacted, right? Who had a property right that exists now, and come this ordinance, they're going to be prohibited from carrying this out, even though they may have been doing it for years, right? They may have made all the investments. There's expectations. They've been paying their TOT tax, and then from one day to the next under this ordinance, they're going to suffer significant hardship to their finances. Some more than others. Some who really depend on this. Some perhaps are corporate entities that own the properties. Out of these 174, what is our best estimate on what the potential financial impact will be to TOT? The numbers point out that 89% of our TOT comes from hotels. But that doesn't necessarily mean that the 11% coming from STRs is proportional to the overall $40 million in TOT that is generated, just over $40 million generated per year as of 2024-25. Do we have any? I think I asked for this last time. What is our best estimate? Because 11% would be between $4 and $5 million if that would be lost. But not all STRs are going away, right? It's these potentially 174 homes. So, what is our best estimate? I guess from our budget team, your office, about what the impact for the county will be come a year from now when we're looking at what has been the impact of this ordinance. We'll have a clearer picture. But what is our best estimate today?
So we expect that the TOT on the vacation rental side will probably drop initially. We have this 2-month grace period where people will come in and apply for permits, and we'll work on getting things permitted. The market may adjust, it may shift down. We don't know. The data we have right now is not at the level of detail where we know how much those rentals were offered for on a parcel basis and can relate them to those 175 that may be impacted. So we really don't know a dollar figure or a percentage of the overall 10 to 11% of the TOT that they represent. But there likely will be an adjustment within the market, and that's one of the things that we have committed to tracking with the treasurer tax collector, which you've pointed out. We don't know it would be a guess for us to try and speculate what that reduction in TOT could look like given this ordinance.
And then, not to put our county council on the spot, not going just to the due process issues, right? Obviously, I would expect this is, with people's rights and property rights being impacted in such a drastic way, considering our practice previously, and then all of a sudden actually adopting an ordinance that now prohibits many of the properties function as the way they are. And I have to say, I hear all the concerns coming from the community. I always like approaching an ordinance from a balanced way where it's not all STRs unlimited and not listening to the concerns of the neighbors or putting limits, right? And I guess the question goes to what are fair limits from an STR ordinance standpoint. And obviously here, I as I stated last time, I thought it was overly restrictive, right? Because you have you have these 3 categories, homestays, but now you're stating that seems to be a little bit more flexible, not that the owner has to occupy at least 1 bedroom in the rental. But this is kind of news for me in interpreting that language, that a guest home would be allowed. So if the owner is staying in the house itself, if there's a guest room, that would be permitted under the homestay category, correct? Okay, so it's a little bit more flexible than I originally thought, because I thought it was you have to be in the home, you can rent out a room, but you couldn't rent out a guest house. But the other 2, I still remain concerned about those, because even though it seems to offer a second and a third option, I still stand by that. I just think that in effect and in practical terms, it really ends up being almost an outright ban because of the cost that it requires to obtain the permitting, but then the limited amounts of times that you could rent in a 12-month period are so limited that it might not even make financial sense for the owner. So if you spend thousands of dollars to get a permit in a limited vacation rental, you can't rent more than 3 times in a 12-month period. And similar with the commercial vacation rental, only 3 times in a 12-month period. And the flip side of that is to consider a more flexible ordinance that could have said, we're not going to arbitrarily just pick these great restrictions in only these 3 areas of our county, because obviously it was arbitrary. We're saying in these 3, nothing, and in the other areas we're not putting any such limits. So I think for a court and a judge would consider, why are we putting such drastic restrictions on homeowners in only these particular areas and not in the other parts of the county? So it's not fair across the county. But the flip side could have been, we allow only a certain number of STRs in each of these areas so that it's fair, it's consistent across the counties. Santa Cruz County has, I think, an outright flat number of the STRs that allows countywide, and after that number, they don't issue any more permits for that. But at least it's not picking winners and losers depending on where the property is located within Santa Cruz County. That's what this ordinance does here today. So I just wanted to express, if you could just in this meeting just let us know what are the estimated cost for a limited vacation rental and a commercial vacant rental that would make it cost feasible then to only rent out for the 3 times per year.
So I think there would be, for a homestay or a limited rental, there would be the 2 licenses that would need to be obtained initially. And that, I think, is somewhere around $955 initially for the first year, for the first registration.
For each permit? Or that's a total cost for 2?
The 2, I think. Is that right?
So each individual vacation rental operator's license that you'd obtain, that would be for each one, and that's the first time. There are some fees associated with, so it's $965 is the vacation rental operator's license. There are some fees associated with getting the necessary tests and paperwork needed. For example, if you're on septic, demonstrating you have a good functioning septic system, and water source if you're on a private well. So there could be some additional costs. The license itself is $695 for that first time review. And then we just brought forward to the board a couple of weeks ago the renewal costs. So these are annual licenses, and those renewal costs are much lower than that. If there's no change to the application, you're operating similar to how you were, that renewal cost is under $200. And if you are operating, but you make some changes, that requires a little additional review by the county, and so that is approximately a $400 renewal with changes. And then again, every year that there's no change for the vacation rental operator's license, it's $200 or under to maintain.
And these 3 times, what do we envision the maximum stay will be for the 3 limited times? Because obviously if you got 3 times, they're not going to want to do a 1 or 2 day rental anymore, right? They're going to make it pencil out, they have to do a very long-term stays, and that's not what your average person wants. If they want to come on a week Friday and leave on a Sunday, any wise owner is going to say, if I got 3 times, I'm only going to rent it for somebody who's renting for 30 days or 2 weeks at a time. And that's certainly not going to benefit your average family out there who's wanting to come visit our county.
Yeah, so it's going to depend on where the property is located, how much it's available for rent per night. I mean, I think $200 to $300 per night is generally in that range, and it goes up considerably in some areas of the county. per night. So you would have to have a few nights in those rentals, those 3 times, in order to pay for all the fees that go with it, especially in that first year.
Looking at all our data on STRs, what is our average stay in our STRs? What's the average out of all the... Yeah, how many nights?
So we don't have kind of at the ready to be able to answer. These are some of the questions that we're hoping when we do return in a few months that we're able to do a little more digging. We do have some data. I actually was just looking at it from Rentalscape that shows of the verified rentals, how many nights they're able to document. I don't have it full. I don't have it run and digested. I'm not that.
Okay, I know I've gone on my questions here, but the reason I'm bringing that up, it seems like an option, but if I'm a property owner, I have to maintain the house, I have to pay all the maintenance costs of a house. I'm paying initially the $1,500 plus the test and the paperwork that you mentioned. And for me to be able to only rent 3 times, if I look at what the average person is renting, if they're renting for 2-3 days, that's a total of, say, at most 9-10 days a year. It's really not going to pencil out. So you're basically not giving a real option, a cost-feasible option for that to be sustainable for the owner in these last 2 categories of employees. I just want to put that on the record because I think in practical terms, we're telling the public, oh, there's these other 2 categories of options, which aren't really options in effect. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
I think my perspective on those, and I did share this at Coastal, so I'll put it out there again. I think those are targeted to the Pro-Am, Car Week, and the year that you have the U.S. Open to let people who live in high-value areas make a lot of money over very long weekends. That's why there's 3. That's why it's targeted.
Yeah, but I think
for the average family, I agree with you.
The average family, they won't have access to that anymore.
Right.
To those, and it's going to be the high price people, and they're not going to like Big Sur. They're renting houses like in Pebble because they want to have their car displays there. At least what I've seen in person as you're driving by, they want those sites where they could do their car displays and have events that are not too far from those golf courses where Car Week takes effect. So I just want us to all be aware. This is what we're going to cause to happen in our communities, and it's going to be at the cost of your average families that are coming and wanting visitors. That we always say we want to attract visitors to our area. Not everyone wants to stay in a hotel, which even though we have some really beautiful and high quality hotels, and as I've seen personally with family members who live in the Central Valley, they would want to come because the entire family could stay together and they could cook, and it was a cheaper option than renting individual hotel rooms with only 1 or 2 beds in them. So let's just be honest with how this is crafted. There's going to be winners and losers, not only in terms of the property owners, but also with those who are able to come visit our county and have a cost-feasible alternative than hotels to enjoy the beauty that we offer here.
Supervisor Church.
Took a little thought regarding your TOT question here, and I think there's close to 200 that are being removed. I think there's 23 up in Kashawa. So it might be 200 down from where it stands in certain areas. But if it's 4 million, there's 1,100 out there plus now, and there might be 200 down. It's a little less than 20%. Just doing a rough figure, if we're getting a little over 4 million, that's going to be a drop of about 800,000 out of 40 million. So I'm sure it's probably different from that when you get down to the individual homes and look at them, but it's a rough figure out of there. But at the same time, and this is where I'm going to speak both for and against the STRs in a way, because I understand they're here to stay, but we also need regulations. I mean, it provides an income for people who need homes. It provides an opportunity for guests, but it creates also disruption in neighborhoods. And so it's a real mixed bag, and this is where you need regulations coming in. And while we're talking about the 200 drop here, could we go back to that page since that slide up here, since I'm going to kind of refer to this a little bit. There we go. So it shows an overall drop of 200 from these certain areas, but yet we're picking up a 522 gain. So actually, when overall there's room for growth and for more. more into here than when you look at the full change between what's allowed and what's been advertised. And I'm going to support this, but I'm uncomfortable because there's a lot of problems I see with it. But again, I know we need to start some kind of regulation, and it has to be some changes on here. My uncomfortableness here, when I look around here, I see 60% of these 522 coming up from my area. Places where working families are, we got 300 homes. North County Inland, 205. The North County Coastal, another 105. That's fully 60% of the growth that this ordinance is going to allow. And I'm concerned about the impact that has on people who are trying to find affordable homes. And that's going to be a problem. That's really going to be a problem here eventually, sooner or later. And it's, first and foremost, people who live here and who have, need a place to rent, are looking for an affordable home, they need to be taken care of. There's the number of problems that as I see here onto this. The homestay option I think is generally good onto there. I mean, I'd rather see it broadened up, basically where if you have a property owner living on the property, that it doesn't have to be a guest house that doesn't have any utilities to it or so. I think what we found out is that when there's a property owner living on the property, the problems don't really exist that we've been having. It's when you have outside owners or owners that are vacant, and they might be maybe in the area or wherever, but when there's just guests there, then it creates a certain problem, and that's what disrupts neighborhoods, and that's where it comes down to the disruption of the neighborhoods. We're bringing in basically a hotel-style business into residential neighborhoods, and there's still going to have to be some working out on that. Now, those I point out are a lot of my concerns, but the other concern I have is I see three categories here under commercial, vacation rentals, homestay, and the limited. And the one thing that I'm seeing is missing here that really would be an advantageous use of these is on agricultural land, farm stays, for example. I mean, it's a different situation that commercial isn't going to apply. There's 1,000 farms in this county. Half of them make under 200,000. There's an opportunity here in some rural areas and the places where these might fit that could really supplement folks who have a business and are trying to maintain it. And I think this is something. I mean, I was thinking about giving direction to development of that, but at the same time, I think it needs to be really parsed and a little more specific. And I'm feeling maybe I need to put forth a board referral that's a little more directive onto that, and explains that agriculture farms are really different than a commercial vacation rental. I mean, they're seasonal. No, you don't have a commercial vacation rental, as I'm seeing now. We're with the hotel industry and the TOT tax numbers here. We're having people come in all year long. With something like agriculture, it doesn't really fit that way, and they're more rural. There's a whole lot of things that need to be drawn up a little differently. So I see this as something that really needs to be improved on and expanded on. And I have real concerns how it's going to affect my area in North County with this. It just opens up a door of growth. And with that in mind, I still feel that there needs to be some step going forward and something to start regulating so that people who have been concerned can get addressed, but we got to fine tune it so that where there aren't problems, we have these.
Supervisor Askew.
Great, thank you. So a couple comments. Just wanted to start again by thanking our staff. I went back and looked through just some of the documents and the history on this particular project. Page goes back to 2016. I know the conversations on this have gone back even farther than that. And the community discussion on this has been in process even longer. And so to all of those who have been working on this for over a decade, thank you for sticking it out. We have something in front of us which is more than what we had a decade ago, and it is clearly not perfect, but it is a start, and clearly it's something that we needed to make progress on. So the fact that we've made it as far as we have, I think, is pretty incredible. And the fact that there's a lot of folks that are still unhappy with the product tells me that we still have work to do. And so I'm listening and I'm taking notes about the feedback that we're hearing. Having said all of that, I think this does move us forward, and it's in pretty significant ways. In regards to some of my colleagues' comments and questions, the financial impact of the TOT, I suspect that we will see a hit to the TOT with the loss of the $4 million in TOT. Even that, I think that we're probably guessing at what that total amount is. We're assuming it's that 10 to 11%. I don't know how good that those numbers are. Going back over the last number of years, we've seen our TOT go from $20 million pre-pandemic to shoot straight up to $40 million. And whether it stays at that $40 million, we're also seeing transitions in just tourism overall and international travel occurring. So tourism and travel and TOT could be fluctuating significantly regardless of what we do with the vacation rental issue. I also think that because we're getting really clear about the process and streamlining the process so that it is really clear for folks and talking about it so much, it could be really easy. We're making it much more easy than it ever has been for folks who want to offer a homestay or a week in their home to do so and to do it legally. I would expect that there could be a number of new applications that come through that people that didn't ever consider that this was an option for them, and it's going to be really straightforward about how to proceed. So we could also see an increase in the revenue over a longer term that we didn't expect to see. So I think it could flow both ways for us in terms of the finances. But I do appreciate the fact that we're streamlining it, and I think that's one of the things that we talk about small businesses and making the rules really clear for people. I really appreciate that we're doing that. In terms of the opportunity for us to have good data about where are our vacation rentals, who where are they located, what kinds of rentals are we getting, just being able to know how that's working, I think is going to allow us to do better when we make the next set of updates to this program. And I do look forward to be able to have better data to make better policy as we move forward. I love the idea of farm stays. I've stayed at a farm stay with my family, and it was like some of our best memories were made, in that space. So to be able to create something like that, I think there's so much opportunity for a different type of experience that we can offer here, and to round out the types of programming and visitor experience that we have in this beautiful county. But having watched this whole program come through and watched and listened to the Coastal Commission meeting, I don't think I appreciated exactly how carefully crafted the coastal region amendment, the coastal program amendment had to be in alignment with each of our coastal
plans, LCPs.
With each of our local coastal plans. I knew that was happening, but I don't know that I fully appreciated to what degree that that strategy was at play. And so if that's where we want to go, that there's a specific, farm stay thoughts or different, it could be that this is a long-term plan where we're going to have to think about, as we do our local coastal plans and amend those, we need to be making those edits with this idea that there is a long-term strategy that then will play out with future amendments to our vacation rental ordinances in the future. So for me, that was a check. There's an order in which we have to go through all of these things. Final two comments. Once this does go into effect in October, I do want to make sure that we have some communication out to the communities that will be impacted. So that'll just be a request for our communications county team, and also for those residents who have been so negatively impacted by vacation rentals that are not good neighbors. Where are we at with the complaint process and the ability to provide enforcement of unneighborly vacation rentals?
So in the inland areas, we are able to enforce the adopted regulations. So you will need a permit and a license to operate a homestay, limited, or commercial vacation rental, or have one applied for and in the process before that April date. And the same will be true in the coastal zone if the ordinance is adopted today, beginning on December 24th. We do monitor advertisements through Rentalscape, I think it is, and we're able to enforce that way. So in the meantime, without the ordinance, we have the ability to enforce adopted regulations for nuisance-related issues like noise, but we don't have any regulation or enforcement on a vacation rental operation itself.
And are we staffed appropriately for enforcement on weekends, evenings, special holidays, all of the above?
Yes.
Okay.
We have two enforcement officers dedicated to noise and vacation rental.
Okay.
Actually, 3 if you include noise.
And the phone number for neighbors to call, we're all aware of that. We would know where to find it if needs. People call 211 and 211 can provide that phone number for anyone that needs it. Are we confident that that is available? Could we make sure that that phone number is available to 211 if they need to? Someone needs to call 211 and ask for the noise complaint phone number, that they have that? Okay, well, I'll just make that request that we can make sure that 211 has the resources available to direct folks into the right location. That would be great. Okay, those were my questions, but I do look forward to continuing to hear feedback from the community. And again, want to say I really appreciate the decades worth of iterative process that went into crafting the local coastal plans, the iterative process that went into drafting this ordinance, the work that has gone into adjusting everything to get it to where we had something that was acceptable to the Coastal Commission, and that we now have a whole different board here from where we started. And I did appreciate, there were some meetings that I'm remembering, Supervisor Church, your comments about, well, there's so many units in your in North County. And I was like, well, when we talked about it, originally, when we gave direction to staff, the direction was like put unlimited number in North County so that there could be unlimited rentals at some point. And I was like, now we're having a different direction. Anyway, I think the iterations of this conversation have gone on for so long, but to get to where we are today, I look forward to supporting the recommendation in front of us. And thank you again.
Supervisor Daniels.
Thank you. And just want to keep this item on the screen. I have one comment and one question, but if we could keep this up on the screen, because sometimes it feels like it's an alternate universe that we're having this conversation in, because in District 5 alone, if I look at Greater Monterey Peninsula, 114 were advertised and 155 will be allowed under this set of regulations. If I look at the Toro area, also in District 5, 48 were advertised, 173 will be allowed. When I think about Carmel, yes, in the Carmel area land use plan, there has been a very small neighborhood that it has been determined that this is inconsistent with the LCP, but 118 throughout the Carmel area will still be allowed from that total number. So that actually may even be an increase when you take out all the ones that might have been in the Carmel Highlands. I don't know. When I look at Del Monte Forest, there's still going to be 57 allowed. Carmel Valley, there was 163 advertised, 201 will be allowed. And when I look at Kashawa, an additional 20 will be allowed. So there's 724 that will be allowed in this ordinance in District 5 alone, out of the total 1347. I also, just remembering so intimately what happened along the way, I would really hope that council could respond to Supervisor Alejo's original questions in regards to a property right and whether or not this is a property right, because we have a long history both of having this conversation with operators regarding whether or not what was being done was legal. And there's a history there that there was an estoppel letter that was issued that I think is worth remembering and sort of articulating why and how we got to where we are today in terms of not enforcing something that was not allowed under our current vacation rental ordinance or lack thereof in the coastal zone. And thank you.
I personally don't recall the estoppel letter. Kelly Donlin is online, and I'm going to ask her if she remembers the estoppel letter.
Yeah, good afternoon, Kelly Donlin from the County Counsel's Office. We faced prior litigation concerning enforcement in the coastal zone, and in an effort to settle that litigation, we came to an agreement to establish this estoppel letter that was just a temporary stop on enforcement in the coastal zone while these new ordinances were considered. And with regard to some of Supervisor Alejo's comments, I put my hand up, I put it down, but the county does have a rational basis for its actions in allowing certain types of short-term rentals in certain areas and not in others. And I think there's ample evidence in the record as to issues that certain areas have with regard to short-term rentals, such as fire, traffic, and why the county's proceeded the way it has. And that's on top of the issue in the coastal zone with the regulations have to be consistent with the particular land use plans. So I don't know if that answers your question, but if not, let me know and I can attempt to answer more.
All right. So I'm the only one who hasn't opined yet, unless there's follow-ups on that one. Did you have follow-up on that one?
Yeah, I just to end on the due process. Obviously, if the county allowed a process for a property owner to engage in a certain business, for me it's like in a simple way. It's like saying if we allowed somebody to run a farm and we were collecting taxes from him or the property owner. And then all of a sudden we passed an ordinance and now you can no longer do that. Even though we were collecting tax from you, we allowed you to do it for the last 8 years or whatever, or any other kind of business, that we allowed an owner to utilize his or her property a certain way. We were collecting taxes for a significant amount of time, and all of a sudden we create a policy that says, well, now you can't just do it in these particular areas and not providing the same rule consistently in other areas. Obviously, these were desirable areas for visitors, more so than some of the inland areas. So the impacts are going to be a little bit differently. But there's also alternatives that I think we didn't adequately consider. We're saying we want to not have so many STRs, but now in this conversation, we're kind of admitting, but in these other certain types of STRs, we're going to see a proliferation. We expect them to go up hundreds. So it undermined the very purpose of doing this resolution. So it's contradictory in that sense. And it's saying we don't want any in certain parts of our county, in my district, but we're going to allow them to proliferate in other parts of the county. I think it's hard. We will know a year or two from now. We're going to find out where was the growth and what were the impacts on the prohibitions or very severe restrictions in other parts of the counties. So I wanted to just raise those 2 points because I'm for looking at like what other counties have done, like Santa Cruz County. There's plenty of coastal counties all along California's beautiful coast that have been dealing with this, but some set rules that allowed caps, so there isn't a proliferation, and the rules that are consistent across the county, not just in the most desirable tourist areas or where the majority of a board, represents. And so you have to look at what is equitable, what is fair. And this question in the future will be what is equitable and what is fair and what meets the rigors of the constitutionality of property rights when this is litigated in court. But there were other alternatives where there were fair rules. You limit the growth on STRs by just putting a cap overall in these different categories that we've been discussing. I think that would have been the ideal. Yes, there would probably be some people who couldn't get a permit anymore, but the rules would have been fair to everybody across the board, and you wouldn't see growth because you put that cap on it. I guarantee you, in these other categories and as some mentioned, we're already seeing the increase in applications. So as we were trying to achieve limits and to address the neighbor concerns, we're going to actually see more just in different areas of the county.
All right, so I've got a couple questions here. I'm going to start with one for staff on this slide. Looking at this, I'm wondering if you can tell me in terms of applications since the implementation, because we're looking at 2022, for South County, Greater Salinas, and Central Salinas Valley. Do you have any applications in those three areas since we've been in effect with the current ordinance?
If you can bear with me 1 minute, our mapping app finally went live to update real time with Acela. However, it had some glitches. So let me see if I can get that, if it's functioning today.
While she's looking that up, maybe Craig, you could help me with the second question, which was cost. We talked about a permit fee of $985, but when we talked about this at Coastal and the last time we were here, we talked about $11,000 to $15,000. Right, so where's that differentiation? How did we get down to $985?
So there's the different levels of permitting. A coastal development permit for a commercial vacation rental is, I think, $12,000, somewhere in that range. That's what the coastal development permit fee is for all coastal development permits, not just vacation rentals.
Okay, so to be clear, for the coastal, for what we're deciding today, it's closer, if you're going to do full commercial, not homestay, closer to $13,000, $12,000 to $13,000. Does that also, what is the number for a homestay? Is it that same amount?
Homestay doesn't require the coastal development permit. Okay. So it would be that commercial vacation rental license and business license registration.
So then in my mind, just to go further upon Supervisor Alejo and Supervisor Church's points, a concern for me is the Del Monte Forest LUP. We have a number plugged in there as well. So just as we talk about numbers, I've heard that they would prefer that to be zero, right? The controlling entity there. So no? Actually not. Okay. I've heard a desire to have that not permitted at all. So numbers wise,
I missed the question.
So the 57 plugged into the Del Monte Forest LUP, the allowed 57, but isn't there still that concern around the private use of roads and that we've heard directly from the controlling?
Yes. So we've had many conversations with the Pebble Beach Company. And they have some objections to us permitting vacation rentals within the Del Monte Forest area. We have been firm that we have removed any provisions within our ordinance that would force us, I guess, in the inland areas. There were provisions of our transient use of residential property for remuneration, the rules that were in place before these new rules were updated and adopted. Those said that if an HOA objected to the issuance of a permit, that we would deny that permit. Those don't exist within our code anymore. So we can, and the zoning administrator can decide to approve a use permit or coastal development permit for a short-term rental in Del Monte Forest. Then we are telling people, you may then have an issue with your HOA that you have to work out. And if the Del Monte Forest company wants to enforce their HOA rules, you would have to deal with that separately so that they know going into it. But it doesn't mean that we can't approve or have to deny as it did in the past.
Chair, could you re-ask him the question? Because one of the challenges with the Pebble Beach Company has been that they don't want it to be just zero, and there hasn't been a consistent, they want to approve them in some cases and not approve them in others. So if you could just re-ask that question and have Mr. Spencer address whether or not they want it to be zero.
I guess I'm missing the nuance there. Are they desiring to allow STRs?
It's complicated because it's really based on the language in the deed that goes back before the Pebble Beach Company as it currently existed, which says you can't operate a commercial operation within a residential property in the forest, and it doesn't exist on every deed. So it wasn't always consistent which properties could or couldn't, depending on what the outcome was. But we don't get involved in that anymore on our side of the permitting.
Were we able to get any numbers, Ms. Brady?
So I'm working on getting very piecemeal numbers. We have 3 commercial vacation rental applications in Central Salinas Valley and South County collectively that have been applied for.
So 3 total.
Yeah, and we are looking for homestay and limited, and we are trying to get, just something broke with the automation. We are trying to get it updated so that you can at any time look at the progress.
Okay, so that's helpful, and that's indicative of what I think I had shared at Coastal Right, that I'd only heard from 3 people saying they were going to move forward given all the challenges, and I think the numbers from 22 to 23 were different. They had already dropped between 22 and 23, I think, based on our conversations. And so given all that, I just want to share I won't be able to support today. I get where we are, and I can count to 3, so I know where we're headed, but I do just want to be on the record with my concerns, specifically, right, I know that the LCPs point to 0. I had a really interesting email that came in from a constituent from the coast who said, our community it's a visual resource. You don't get to stop here, drive through and enjoy it, but don't stop. Oh, wow, like that to me was a tough email to read in my capacity as a coastal commissioner. That to me, that place is so special, and all these places are so special for the community to get to interact with and fall in love with, that it makes it difficult to balance, right? And I get that. And I'll just share that from the dais, there were coastal commissioners who raised that issue. There was an attempt to amend that Big Sur piece to try to find a way to leave some in there, right? That failed. The piece on grandfathering in those who had gone through the permitting process overall was an attempted amendment that also failed. So I just, some of these pieces, the definition of homestay came up, and an ask about amending that also came up and failed. I just want to share that it wasn't like the commission said, oh, this is great, move forward. We struggled on that dais and had a back and forth, and everybody had different opinions and feelings and went back and forth. But in the end, where they landed was to trust the local board after 15 years of conversation, based on the fact that they couldn't come to agreement. That's where they landed. They said, well, nobody knows this community better than this Board of Supervisors. And I was honest with them up front and said we did not come to a unanimous consensus. It was split, and yet that's where they chose. And I promised them I would not fault them for that, and I do not. But I just want to be clear and transparent with how difficult of a process this has been from the bottom to the top. And that, to me, is important to have out there so the community knows that no matter where this has been, there is no perfect answer. There is no silver bullet that's going to solve this, and the challenges will persist. Some of these may go black market, and folks will continue, right, in their own way, and we know that, and then the enforcement's going to look different than we imagine it today. The law of unintended consequences will be real. You know, the challenge I have with, you know, some of the rhetoric around, you know, those homes will go back to being for teachers. I'm looking at the average cost today is $4.5 million in the Carmel Highlands. Taking that many homes, you're not going to have teachers. They're going to become somebody's third, fourth home that can afford to hold that place and someday, right, go visit for a few weekends out of the year and maybe rent it out and make some money. I think we need to be honest about that. And, you know, having gone to high school out there, we knew which neighborhoods were empty, and those are the folks who come here just on weekends sometimes out of the year. And so real challenges. Again, I know where we're going, and I appreciate the decades, as Supervisor Askey said, of work that's gone into this. And the challenges around these questions are real, and I get that they're extremely emotional, and I don't believe this is the end. I know there's still other pathways that folks are going to try to bring this back to us from, and so we will tackle those when they come. And I know that there's winners and losers and a really tough balance here, and I just appreciate everybody continuing to dialogue, because that's how we get to a point where inevitably the challenges that come from something like this, whether we're talking on the fiscal end or the community impact end, are real, and they'll continue to be there. This is not going to be a panacea, but it is, for many, a step forward. And so with that, I'll open it up and see if there's a motion or a will of the board at this point.
I'll make the motion, but I know we are pressed for time, and we have another item on the agenda that may take a little time. But as a Board of Supervisor from the 5th District, I really do feel the need to take the opportunity to talk just briefly about the Big Sur Coast Land Use Plan. And everyone will obviously have the opportunity to read that plan. But like I said with the Carmel Highlands, when we talk about consistency with a land use plan, one of the things that is a primary component of that plan is Highway 1 capacity. And the biggest responsibility that highway has is to the visiting public, and that the visiting public takes priority over all residents. And so the plan was drafted to ensure that visitors to the area have every opportunity to come and be on the coast. And so why that is important to bring up today is things like unlimited camping was written into the plan as a low-cost option, which of course we've upgraded what that means, and there are now cabins in the state parks for people who don't want to sleep on the floor. But unlimited camping is because when you car camp, you drive to a campsite, and everything you need is right there. Your camp stove, your food, your hiking opportunities, your river visiting opportunities, because then you won't drive onto the highway again to get to all your destinations every single day. You don't drive to the hike. You don't drive to a restaurant. You don't drive to a supermarket. And it preserves the use of the highway for the visiting public. And one of the things that was identified, besides being explicitly written in the land use plan that neighbors are for residents and not for visitors, which was a policy in the plan, was the point that was made was that if you're a short-term rental visitor to the Big Sur Coast, you drive into a neighborhood, and then multiple times a day you might drive to and from that house to get to the restaurant, to get to the river, to get to the beach, to get to the hike, and that impacted the highway. And many other determinations were made along these lines to get to this point, and it was really hard. So I have to speak up and say that this is not about telling people that you can come drive through, but we don't want you to stay. And so I just encourage everyone to become familiar with that plan, because it's there to protect visitors, not residents. But it has policies, and they're to do things like protect the capacity of the highway that's still already completely over capacity. So I just feel the need to bring that up. And with that, I will make a motion to go with the staff's recommendation on this item. Thank you very much.
There was a request to add something earlier, wasn't there, Supervisor Askew? You had some sort of a follow-up or something built in.
There was an ask for a phone number, which I did
Was
find.
it the 211?
We can also make it available to 211, but for those who may be listening, our code enforcement phone number is 831-796-3674.
So I've got a motion. Second?
I'll happy to second.
All right, got a motion and a second. We'll ask all those in favor to signify by saying aye.
Aye.
So you got 3 there. Noes? No. Any abstentions? It carries 3-2. All right, with that, we've concluded item, I think that was 26. And we'll go to item 27, which is the Nagafujime Kitayama project for Thomas and Ann Russ of the zoning administrator's June 12, 2025 decision to approve the appeal of those folks' coastal administrative permit and design approval. So I think I've got Joseph Alameda as the presenter on this one.
Good afternoon, Chair Lopez, Supervisors. Joseph Alameda presenting for HCD file number PLN 240104, Nagafuji. The project is located at 25745 Hatton Road in Carmel within the Carmel Area Land Use Plan. The subject property is zoned medium-density residential with a density of 2 units per acre and a design control overlay in the coastal zone. The project involves a coastal administrative permit and design approval to allow the construction of a 1,200 square foot accessory dwelling unit. The project was heard at the June 12, 2025 zoning administrator hearing and was approved with the recommendation and conditions of approval as presented by staff. The appellant then filed an appeal on the decision on July 10, 2025. The appellant raised contentions that there was a lack of a fair and impartial hearing and that the findings are not supported by the evidence and the decision is contrary to law because it is inconsistent with Monterey County Code Title 20 policies, which state that resource constraints, including tree resources, may preclude development of an accessory dwelling unit. Staff has determined that the proper procedures were followed in relation to both the Land Use Advisory Committee and the Zoning Administrator hearings. Additionally, staff has reviewed all project materials, including the submitted arborist reports, and determined that as conditioned and cited, no impacts to forest resources will occur as a result of development, that the proposed floating foundation is suitable for the development, and that other locations on the subject property would be inconsistent with Monterey County Code. The project was referred to the Carmel Highlands Land Use Advisory Committee on February 18, 2025. At the meeting, a neighbor provided an arborist report which indicated potential impacts to the critical root zone of 5 redwood trees from the siting of the proposed ADU, posing a potential hazard to their property. The LUAC members continued the project to a date uncertain to allow the applicant and staff time to review the provided materials. Following receipt of this arborist report, the applicant submitted 3 project-specific arborist reports to HCD staff, one of which included the digging of 3 test sites to determine whether critical roots of the adjacent redwood trees, indicated by the green circles on screen, would be impacted. Based on these results, the project arborist found that the proposed ADU location was the most suitable for long-term maintenance of tree resources and would minimize tree removal as opposed to alternative locations which would require the removal of protected trees. Based on these observations, the project arborist determined that no impacts on redwoods would occur with the implementation of the project and that these trees did not pose a hazard to nearby structures. Condition number 4 has been added, which requires an arborist to monitor all excavation within 10 feet of the ADU and all remaining trees nearby to be protected throughout construction. Additionally, a tree hazard evaluation form was submitted to HCD staff indicating 1 coast live oak as being in hazardous conditions due to existing decay, indicated on screen by the red circle. HCD reviewed this hazardous tree removal request and authorized removal under TRM 250183. The project was then rescheduled for the LUAC on May 5th, 2025, which was canceled due to a lack of quorum. Staff attempted to reschedule the project for the LUAC, but was informed that the LUAC did not currently have enough members to hold a public meeting and continues to not hold a quorum. Pursuant to Board of Supervisors adopted LUAC guidelines, procedure section 11H, applications that are not reviewed due to the lack of quorum shall be continued to the next regularly scheduled meeting, and there shall be no further continuance unless requested by the applicant. Applications that are not reviewed at that continuance shall be returned to the Planning Department without comment. Therefore, the project was not rescheduled for hearing before the LUAC and was scheduled for consideration before the Zoning Administrator on June 12th. The development's design, size, and placement are consistent with the goals and policies of the Carmel Area Land Use Plan and the surrounding neighborhood character. The proposed colors and materials include beige plaster exterior siding, dark brown metal roofing, and dark brown aluminum window and door frames. The proposed colors and materials are consistent and compatible with the surrounding neighborhood character. And the proposed ADU meets all site development standards, including setbacks and height requirements as identified in Title 20. Therefore, staff recommends the Board of Supervisors deny the appeal by Thomas and Ann Russ, find the project categorically exempt pursuant to CEQA Guidelines Section 15303, and approve a coastal administrative permit and design approval to allow the construction of a 1,200 square foot ADU. That concludes staff's presentation, and staff's available for questions.
Thank you. Any questions of staff before we offer time to the appellant and then the applicant? Okay, seeing none up here, I'll go ahead and invite the appellant up and ask how much time they think they may need. And please plan on reserving the time for rebuttal within the allotted time.
Thank you, Chair. I think I will take 5 minutes now. And I've got with me our arborist, Brian Bradford.
So timing-wise, a total of 7, does that work?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
Yes. And reserve 3, please. Thank you. Good afternoon, Board. Through the Chair, my name is Jennifer Rosenthal, and I am the representative for the appellants, Mr. and Mrs. Russ. And on behalf of the Russes, we are asking the Board to uphold our appeal and require the applicants to relocate their proposed ADU to another location on site where that site will not impede and be detrimental to the health, safety, peace, morals, comfort, and general welfare to persons residing in the area or working in the area in violation of Monterey County Code Section 2643030, subsection 1F1. And it's important to note that my clients are not opposed to the ADU itself. They're opposed to location because the location presents a negative impact to protected coastal redwoods and presents not only a risk to my clients, their visitors, and their guests, but to the applicant and their guests as well. My client's home is directly adjacent to a redwood grove that contains 5 redwoods, ranging from 80 to 100 feet. And their home is directly in the fall radius of the trees, and a radius map was submitted with our filing. I'm going to let Mr. Bradford, our expert, speak to you about his analysis of the trees and the findings he came to determine that any sort of development would be detrimental to their health. I think it's important to note that though the applicants did rely on 3 independent arborists to establish that any damage to the roots that would take place during development would not cause harm to the trees, it's important to note that Mr. Wyfuss, in his report on page 2, he has a disclaimer highlighting the fact that he has not analyzed the internal health of the trees, and in the event that something did happen that was not visible from his view, he would not be responsible. So he's basically saying he does not know the true health of the internal trees. There are other locations possible to move the ADU on site that we have proposed. The applicants state that those locations are not feasible. However, there hasn't been any additional design review or a proposal for an alternative structure that would make these alternative positions work. I think it's also important to note that in light of our 2-hour-long discussion earlier, it's been discovered that the applicant is also conducting a short-term rental without a permit through the county website. I did provide the advertisement in our filing, but this is what is being published on, was it not up, the screen? Well, thank you. So there's not a permit for this. The concern is that there's already renters coming and going on short-term basis. There is a parking issue, and any additional cars by the ADU will also create parking problems. The bottom line is that based on our analysis by our experts, and there's 2 additional experts that we supplied a public comment from, damage to the trees from the development would be very, very dangerous to our clients. And given the history of how storms have increased recently, it is not unlikely that one day they could fall right on my client's home. I'm going to leave some time for Brian Bradford.
Thank you. My name is Brian Bradford, and I'm an ISA certified arborist in my 25th year of certification. I guess a couple of things I want to clear up to begin with is the use of the form, the tree hazard evaluation form that I've adopted is not antiquated. It's used in Monterey County. It's the only one used that's issued by the planning department in Monterey County. It's also used in Sacramento. It's used very widely throughout the industry. So I guess I have a question for the board members. First of all, thank you for allowing me to speak. I'm hoping that all of you received the summary that I published on the 19th, and then also I submitted another writing today, and I'm wondering if the board members have received those. And the reason I'm interested in that is because the volume of writings in this particular case is fairly enormous, and there's really no time to go back over any of that.
Okay. I'm stopping the presentation there to keep you at your 2 minutes as requested for rebuttal. So thank you very much.
Okay.
All right. So at this point, what I'm going to do is bring up the applicant for 7 minutes.
Okay.
Thank you, Chair Lopez and members of the board. My name is Heidi Quinn, and I represent the applicant, May Nagafuji. She is here today in the audience. I also have with me one of the certified arborists, Frank Ono, also the project architect, Glenn Warner. I want to keep my comments fairly brief because I only have 7 minutes, but also we submitted a very extensive letter last week with updated reports by both of the certified arborists. We also had a letter from the project engineer and the project architect. We urge you today to support the decision of the zoning administrator and also of your staff in recommending this project, and encourage you to deny the appeal and approve the ADU as proposed. Applicants or the appellants have not produced sufficient evidence or new substantive evidence that show that the resource constraints preclude approval or that the project is somehow detrimental to health and safety. And let me be clear, there is no one who is more invested in the safety and health of the trees than the project applicant. It's her property. She has her residence there. She's constructing an ADU, so she has gone above and beyond to address the concerns of the neighbors. Here, the evidence shows that the ADU, as proposed, is the best location. It doesn't require any healthy trees to be removed, and she's done extensive testing. She's hired not one, but 3 separate certified arborists to evaluate the health of the trees and any potential impacts. 2 of the arborists are International Society of Arboriculture Tree Risk Assessment qualified. This is really important because this is a valuable certification that through which the tree professionals undergo additional training, and they're qualified to evaluate tree hazards and recommend mitigation. All 3 of these certified arborists independently assess the trees. All 3 are highly experienced and respected in the community. All 3 are on the county's approved consultant list. All 3 performed a site inspection at the property, and all 3 independently concluded that the redwood trees were not only healthy, but they would not be impacted by the ADU. Mr. Weisfiss's assessment was comprehensive. He did multiple site inspections. He created the excavation potholes. He reviewed survey data, and he even completed a drone survey. He assessed all 5 trees in this redwood grove that are nearby the project to be healthy and structurally sound. He gave them an assessment of 5 out of 5. The evidence also shows the ADU is positioned a sufficient distance away from the redwood trees. May was very thoughtful about the location, trying to minimize the impact to her property and also protect the neighbor's privacy. Even though the appellants have expressed concerns about 5 trees, it's important to know, as we've shown in our letter, that there's really only 3 trees that are within 24 feet of the ADU. So as part of this assessment, Mr. Weisfisk excavated these potholes to look at the project footprint to see whether there was overlap. In this ADU footprint, only a portion of those redwood trees, their overall root system, showed in that area. And as he reported in both the reports, one was in our June letter to the zoning administrator, and then this report as well, the excavation did not reveal any structural roots. It only showed the fine feeder roots that were less than 1 inch in diameter. Mr. Francono, who is here today, he also reached the same conclusion. Importantly, these redwood trees are also part of this grove, and therefore they have a grafted and interconnected root system, which further strengthens the tree. Mr. Ono also indicated that redwood trees have a good relative tolerance to construction impacts. Appellants appear to rely on the fall zone of the tree, which is not really linked to the location of the ADU. And if you look at the diagram in our letter, the 2 trees furthest away, one of them, which is the tallest, would not be impacted by the ADU at all. And the tree that's closest to the ADU is the shortest tree. In addition to the testing to ensure the safety of the trees and the location of the ADU, May has also agreed to utilize a bridging foundation. And this is another way to mitigate any potential impacts by the construction. So keep in mind that Mr. Weisfisk indicated that this bridging foundation would not be needed because he didn't see any impacts to the tree root system from the ADU, but nonetheless, the project engineer and the architect have both produced documents that show why this is helpful to preserve any impacts to the tree. In addition, staff has recommended many protective measures on top of everything else that require monitoring before, during, after construction to protect the trees, to monitor the results, to report back to staff if there's any issues. And then lastly, as we've mentioned, the alternative locations are not feasible. They require the removal of healthy trees. They would further impact that delicate kind of ecological impact of the area, further fragment the corridors for birds and wildlife. They also impinge upon the existing developments of the property. Lastly, just to address the short-term rental, which I don't think is germane, but we'll address it since the appellants have brought it up. May has been paying transit occupancy tax on this guest suite. It's a homestay. It's attached to the house, and she's aware, obviously, sitting through the approval today, she will make sure that it is in compliance. But right now, she's in compliance with the code, and she intends to stay compliant with the code. With that, I will take any questions. Again, I have the experts here as well to weigh in and answer any questions, and I appreciate your time.
Thank you. All right. I'm going to go back to the appellant and say you've got 2 minutes.
So track is a qualification. It's not a certification. And it's typically used by urban forest professionals and city arborists to handle large tracts of trees where there is not much budget and there's not a lot of personnel to handle them. It's not necessarily appropriate for use in examining and trying to determine the risks and the hazards presented by large trees on rather small residential property. So what I would ask, because there's not enough time really to go over this, is that you all look at the submission that I made today, and it looks at the relative applications of the ISA track hazard tree evaluation form and the ISA hazard evaluation form second edition, which is the one I have been using. The tree that's slated for removal has a hazard evaluation attached to it. It's a tree that's 15 feet tall. It has a fall radius of 15 feet. It doesn't weigh 100 pounds. And the diameter of the tree is maybe 10 inches. And it rates it's assigned a hazard rating of 10. The tree that I was looking at is 84 feet tall. It has a diameter of 42 inches, I think. It has a fall radius of 84 feet, meaning it could collapse on any of the buildings on the two properties. And it has a weight of at least 25,000 pounds.
Thank you.
So I wish you would look at this writing. Please read the whole thing. There's much more in there. And
Thank you.
Thank you for the limited time you've given me.
All right. At this point, you have 30 seconds left to the original applicant. See if you wish to utilize those 30 seconds.
Me?
No, the folks behind you.
Hi, my name is Frank Ono. I'm a certified arborist and a track qualified tree risk assessor. There's a lot of discussion about what's a tree risk and what's not, a hazard and valuation forms or whatnot. The bottom line is that these redwood trees have a good response to construction impacts, and they are not hazardous now, nor will they be by construction. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ono. All right, with that, we'll bring it back and see if we wish to go to public comment first or ask questions first. We'll go to public comment first based on the wishes of the board, so I'll open it up to the public. This is an opportunity to share comments on this project. We invite folks to use the raise hand function *9 via landline if they want to participate via Zoom. Is this the appellant? I can't add more time to the appellant at this point. Sorry, if they are the actual name on the appeal, I can't allow that. Why? Because we set 7 minutes per side, and your 7 minutes have been utilized. Okay. So I don't see any.
My name is Andrew Russ. I'm the son. Am I allowed to make a comment?
Yes.
Unfortunately, my father cannot be here due to hospitalized patient care. There's a soundness of mind only safety can provide. This entire process has been a doubt cloud over our family and what used to be a sanctuary of peace and blessed long-time memories. The toll it has taken on my parents, in particular my mother, has been difficult to witness. However, their determined resolve and unwavering faith to protect what they have has been inspiring. Even after everything is boiled down to its essence, their rebuttal to Mr. Bradford's excellent and complete report comes to the same conclusion 3 different ways. That while this overly complicated technique utilizing a discontinuous foundation can possibly mitigate and prevent root damage or leaching of nutrients, it in no way is a guarantee of preventing it. Moving the ADU to a more suitable site where size and design will not be impacted would remove this unnecessary layer of harm being caused to the people and property in the surrounding area. There was an article in the Carmel Pinecone week, July 25th through 31st. Justin Ono, City Forester, and Evan Court, Senior Planner, were distressed about the trees in the Carmel dying because of overconstruction and disregard for the environment. Justin Ono, City Forester, said, quote, "We had issues in the past where we had egregious damage to trees due to construction," end quote. Evan Court, City Planner, said, quote, "We've seen numerous instances of construction impact on trees, including dying after work is finished, whether due to roots being cut or soil being compacted too close to the trunk. Her arborist and lawyer have previously talked about going above and beyond for us. But the reality is they are working only for their client to be able to get exactly what she wants at the cost of safety and harm for the surrounding area. We have never opposed an ADU. This is not our stance and never has been. We have said this many times. Our issue has only been with the location that poses the most threat to our home and family. It is better to make a conclusion now of safety and not make this a crucible to bear with a disaster later. I thank the board for their time and their consideration."
Thank you. Anybody else in the room? All right, I've got no hands up via Zoom, so I'll bring it back to the board. Questions? I'll go Supervisor Church.
I don't have a question.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I know there's been a big argument on the trees here, and there's a lot of arborists that have been pulled into this. I know a little bit about trees too, and redwoods as well. But if these were Monterey cypress, if these were Monterey pine, I'd be a lot more concerned about them falling over. They have a real history of doing that, just from being shallow rooted. Redwoods are completely different, and that they don't have a taproot, really a main taproot to it. They tend to go out, and the roots get interconnected, and that there are, I think, 5 trees here is actually makes them more stable than if there was one, because the roots are interconnected, and because it's small roots. I mean, this doesn't strike me as the type of tree that's going to be impacted by construction unless there's some real digging, really deep digging involved into there. So I mean, looking at this, I can't buy the argument of that that the construction is going to impact these trees. I think looking at the prevalence of the arborists onto this too, you can always find disagreement among experts, but looking at this, the bulk of the agreement is that there's not a problem. My own personal experience, having been involved in growing trees, including redwoods, they're having some on my property. They're very stable trees. I mean, they're less likely to fall over than oaks. So I just want to add that in, and I'm going to take a position to deny the appeal.
Supervisor Daniels.
Yes, I just have a question for staff regarding what conditions will be in place to ensure that, or actually just to monitor the health and well-being of these trees to ensure that nothing changes post the development of this ADU.
Yes. So condition number 4 has been added. It's our standard tree and root protection. It requires implementation of tree and root protection materials prior to construction, monitoring throughout construction, and then proof after construction is done that the trees are still in stable condition.
And is there anything ongoing, or is there anything that might address the neighbors' concerns in the future?
To clarify, do you mean continue monitoring of the trees after construction?
Yeah, I don't know if that would satisfy the neighbors. It's just a thought. Would the applicant?
We currently at this time do not have a condition that requires ongoing post-construction protection of the trees, other than at the final inspection, making sure the trees are still in stable condition.
Final inspection, and I'm not an expert in trees, unlike my colleague over here, so I'm not going to suggest a condition from the dais, but it's just a thought that I had, that if that would be something that would satisfy the concerns that the neighbor has, it'd be something to consider by the applicant for the ADU. And just because it's been a long day, I just have to comment that I was struck by Mr. Russ's comments, because one of the letters that we got was a concern for what I thought was a child and her bedroom, the daughter, and I'm guessing now that that's an adult with full capacity to make decisions about her health, safety, and well-being. And I'm just going to leave it there.
All right. Is there a motion, given the willingness of our resident expert?
I guess there are no other comments.
That's it.
All right, I'll make a motion to deny.
Got a motion. Is there a second? Second. I'll take the second from my left with Supervisor Daniels. I'll turn to council, see if there's anything else that needs to be covered in this before we
I would move staff recommendation, which is to deny as well as approve the coastal administrative permit.
Move staff recommendation.
And the second hold, Supervisor Daniels? Yeah. All right, then all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Anybody opposed? Any abstentions? The motion carries. We've concluded that item. We're going to jump into item 28 now, which is the referral matrix, which shows no new referrals. So we'll close out 28, jump into 29, our CAO's comments.
Just want to thank everybody again and the dedicated work that was done to bring together the short-term rental ordinance, both inland and coastal. I know that the team has worked on it for many, many years, and some of the folks that worked on it are probably no longer with the county. But I just want to, again, share our appreciation for the work that was done by the team. And Craig, my hope is that you'll carry that back to your office and share with everybody. Thank you.
All right. We'll go to board comments. Everybody's looking straight down. Oh, I'm going to go Supervisor Askew. She's got a finger up, so she wins.
I'm ready for this. Yeah. Right. It's been a really busy year, and I can't believe it's already September. I want to start by just giving a tremendous shout out of appreciation for nurses everywhere. I had the opportunity to spend the night at Dominican Hospital outside of Monterey County, but nurses are incredible everywhere, especially whoever the nurse at Dominican that had the sparkly pink shoes on. Whoever you were, we love you. They took great care of my sister. So thank you all, nurses everywhere. Appreciate you. In addition to spending an evening with Dominican nurses, I want to give some congratulations to some of the amazing Monterey County residents that are doing incredible work. Maria Elena Mazo was celebrated at Siempre Latinos Fund Celebration with the Community Foundation this weekend as the founder and executive director of Mujeres en Acción. She was honored with the 2025 Alfred Diaz Infante Award. There was just a sold-out crowd. I don't know if it was sold out, but it was packed. The place was packed, and the joy and love and community that was came together. It's just been great to see that fund grow with the opportunity to create a space of gathering and community building with the focus on improving the quality of life for the Latino community here in Monterey County. So great work, Community Foundation, keep it up. I was glad to be able to be there as a supporter. And then the NAACP event also was celebrated this weekend, 53rd Annual Life Membership Banquet. And I was honored to be able to bring my son to that event with two of his classmates. And there were some great conversations that we were able to have. Betty Yee was there as one of the keynote speakers, and my son thought, and his friends thought that they were meeting the governor. It was like, no, she's running for governor. They also had the opportunity to meet a number of other folks who they were a little bit confused about who exactly they were meeting, but it was really special to be able to introduce him to folks because he doesn't often come to events with me. But Dr. Betty Lusk won the President's Award. Lenore Sherman Bean won the Medgar Evers Legacy Award. A. Dean Martin won the Medgar Evers Legacy Award. Colonel Alfred Glover won the Tully and Cleo Evans Martin Spirit Partnership Award. Garnet Noble gave a great speech after winning the Tully and Cleo Martin Spirit of Partnership Award. Simone Brown won the Chevron Corporation 2025 Scholarship Award. It was just it always is a great event. And we had so many great conversations about what it meant to be a part of a civil rights organization and why this work is more, will continue to be important, and that we don't just simply, no one hands us our rights, but we have to continue to work for them and never take them for granted. A couple other things, I'm going to keep going here. The Bay Federal Credit Union had a ribbon cutting and surprised some of our local nonprofits with $20,000 checks. So congratulations to the Wahini Project, the Epicenter of Monterey, Habitat for Humanity, and the Veterans Transition Center of California. It was super awesome, and we're really excited to welcome Bay Federal as a partner in Marina at the Dunes. And if you haven't been to the Dunes, come over and check it out. The place is growing and looking really beautiful. And then two upcoming events that I wanted to get on people's calendar. On September 30th, my team has been working really hard with Dorothy's Place and our Monterey County homelessness team to put on a showing of a movie called Beyond the Bridge. It's a film screening. It'll be at Sherwood Hall. Doors will open at 5 p.m. This is a free showing of a really incredible film that talks about how we can all be a part of the solution to the crisis of homelessness. So mark your calendar, September 30th at 5 p.m., Beyond the Bridge film screening. Check out social media or Dorothy's Place website to RSVP so that we can count heads beforehand, and then we'll have some conversation as well. And then on October 15th, we're going to have office hours, open office hours again at our office. And as I mentioned last time, we will have something sweet to share, something delicious to share. May not be ice cream, but we'll have something delicious. So that's October 15th from 4 to 6 p.m. at our office in Marina. We share an office with the Military and Veterans Affairs crew, and we are surrounded by construction, so it is difficult to find us. But if you check out Military and Veterans Affairs website, there are very clear directions posted. So look forward to seeing you there. Thanks.
All right, Supervisor Alejo.
First, want to say that Supervisor Church and I were very honored to attend this great press event, and with some of the elected leaders in Watsonville and from Santa Cruz County last Friday. It got great coverage from all the TV stations, local newspapers. So I want to take a chance to thank Roxanne Wilson and all her team who worked collaboratively. And I mentioned some of the electeds taking hits. Roxanne took most hits in trying to get this project to where it's at today. And it's coming out beautifully. It's truly a small home. There's small rooms, but there's going to be an eating area. There's going to be a space for services, showers and bathrooms, of course, and then it's wash and dry facilities. So it was really good to be part of that. And I would, hopefully all of us could go to the ribbon cutting when it's actually completed, because I think we'll be proud. And I wanted to thank the pastor of the Presbyterian Church, Pastor Dan, because I told him this wouldn't have been possible had they not opened their doors. And he said they explained that day that among the members, they had a discussion or retreat about it, and they came unanimously that they were going to support this project. So really commend them for having leadership and wanting to be part of the solution, working in tandem with Community Action Board and the 3 local governments. I want to just commend everybody here in Salinas, well, I should say Salinas Valley now, for the Relay for Life, which seemed to be bigger than I've ever seen it. They had marching bands in there and folklorico groups. People were dressed up as part of the theme this year, but they had a tremendous turnout, and it was really good to see the community come together from all over Monterey County and beyond. Lastly, upcoming events, I wanted to say this Thursday, the City of Salinas is having their State of the City address at the Sherwood Hall on Thursday at 6 o'clock with Mayor Donahue. I will be attending that. And this weekend, I'm going to Los Angeles to attend a gathering of hundreds of Latino leaders for the Congreso 2025 at East LA College. I'll be speaking on a panel with Supervisor Leticia Perez and Council Member of Indio, Oscar Ortiz. But there's also a mayor's panel before we speak, and they've already had over 400 RSVPs. So it should be a good gathering at a critical time for the Latino community to come together and collaborate across California. Thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Church.
Well, I hope Supervisor Askew realizes that there's a high bar she's having to meet, because Supervisor Lopez has offered tacos at his office. And then there's been Marianne's ice cream from District 5. So, I mean, this is why we're not having an open house out in District 2. Because I'm waiting to hear this great treat that's going to be coming here now, that's going to top all this. Right. So
artichoke ice cream and artichoke tacos. That's it.
So, and I don't need to discuss too much more about the tiny village. I think Supervisor Alejo touched upon it. It was a good event. It's a great project. It's a real step forward. I think it's just we need more of these. Frankly, we need more of these. It's the buildings look great in there. It's a great location. It's a great partner, and Pastor Dan Hoffman, who I've known for 15 years, long before I had any interest in being a supervisor, and I know he cares about people. He's fought through this thing through some difficult times, and it's just the right place at the right time. In terms of things upcoming, I only got really one thing comes to mind in my district, and that is on Saturday, is Rancho Days out at the Bronda Adobe. And that's at 10 to 4 on Saturday at 333 Bronda Road. There's going to be tours of the Bronda Adobe, which is the oldest building in the area. Live music, dance performance, Charles exhibition, food trucks, and free root beer floats. And if I remember how they come out of a radiator. Whoa. So that's last year. So they're good free root beer floats coming out of a radiator.
Free or antifreeze free?
Plus there's some early California crafts. It's free admission, but of course donations are always appreciated. They are really doing a lot of slow, steady, great work inside that building. It's putting together some exhibits. And also maintaining the Adobe, which is also getting a new roof on there. And I think that's really about it. Outside, I'm looking forward to that great dessert over in District 4.
Yeah, Supervisor Daniels.
So my chief of staff just texted that we've had 21 community meetings in 8 months. Now, that's neither here nor there, but I just want to say that when I show up very tired or perhaps not quite ready for a meeting, it might be that I was up late in a community meeting, and just really, I am proud to say that, though. We've been reaching all corners of the district multiple times, and thank you, Kimberly, for sending that text. In regards to today's board comments, there's a few things. I did just get back from the 3CE annual meeting down in San Luis Obispo. I went on Tuesday and Wednesday. Was it Wednesday, Thursday? What was last week? And what I do want to report is, one, if folks have any questions about their bills and 3CE and clean energy and want to navigate their bill with me, I am available to do that, and my team is available to do that. And I also really want to let folks know that by the end of this month, there are federal EV tax credits that are expiring. This is something that has been eliminated by the federal administration and Congress, and so you do still have just over a week to try to take advantage and go electric and save money before it's too late. So that's just one other announcement that came from the 3CE meeting. I did meet with the Carmel Area Wastewater District, and I think we put this on our Facebook page, but just so folks know, there is a very large sewer replacement project happening along Scenic in Carmel, as well as throughout Carmel, and portions of unincorporated Monterey County are in that project. So reach out to us, look on our Facebook page. If you have any questions, we're happy to answer them. And it's being done in a very thoughtful way that should be minimal in terms of the impacts, but it is a long, ongoing process, obviously replacing the pipes along Scenic and throughout Carmel. I did also get to go to the NAACP's 53rd Life membership dinner, and that was really, truly wonderful. Supervisor Askew definitely encapsulated what happened at that event and how special it was. And big news on the Caltrans front. Regent Slide has a date. Highway 1 may be open at some point in the near future. They gave us the date of the end of March. By the end of March, Highway 1 should be open. And knowing Caltrans, they like to underpromise and overdeliver. So I'm looking for a February date, just putting that out there. But of course, we don't know what the winter may bring. But the extent of the engineering that has been done so far, I feel a certain level of confidence that even with some wet winters, moving mountain may not ever move again. So let's just keep our fingers crossed and hope for the best. And lastly, I'll say that I did get a chance to go to Carmel Valley resident John Walton's memorial service on Sunday. And I think that our county is forever going to feel the impact of this historian and sociologist having written about areas of District 5 as well as water throughout California. Those books and that research is going to have an ongoing, lasting impact, and it's good that we have folks like Professor Walton, Dr. Walton, who captured our history in that way, so we have it to utilize for future generations. And it was a very sad event, and I just continue to send my best to the family. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor. I want to open by once again sharing appreciation for our Public Works crew who recently completed a 4-mile overlay themselves in-house with material they purchased on a loan. Just an incredible job. During this meeting, I've received 3 text messages, photos of the road from the community with appreciation. So just want to once again thank Randy, Enrique, and their team for pulling that off. Great weekend in South County. Tractor Supply was open, first one in Monterey County in Soledad this weekend, and my team was on the ground there to help celebrate that. And so I want to congratulate the city of Soledad and the community for bringing that new resource to the community. That's quite an impressive array of offerings that they have there, including tractor implements. I want to also acknowledge that last week I was able to attend RCRC, where I remain the immediate past president or past chair, and I was able to host a panel including Rancho Cielo and talk about all the positive work that's been going on at Rancho Cielo in partnership with the county and all of our private partners, and pulling off the judge's vision up at the top of the hill there. And at the same time, want to acknowledge there was a really cool project shown off by Rush Creek Lodge, which has a very similar sort of mission, taking inner city kids and bringing them up to work just outside of Yosemite, where they've expanded from 1 property now to 3. And it's actually, they're a for-profit, but they give stipends and reinvest in those kids while giving them access to the outdoors while removing them from the elements that they know. So a very cool presentation. I recommend looking up Rush Creek and their 3 offerings if you get a chance to visit Tuolumne County. They're doing an incredible job. We also had the opportunity to meet with Patty Poppy, the PG&E CEO there. That was an interesting and at times tough conversation, but I want this board to know that I did bring up battery storage, I did bring up affordability, and I did bring up the delays specifically in turning on solar projects and other renewable resources that we're experiencing, including in Greenfield, where we had a gas station completed and went on 6 months on a generator. And I've got a building that's been completed on the main strip for a restaurant, but they have not been able to turn on the power for coming up on a year and a half. And so just want to know that it was a good conversation where she promised that she was not declaring victory, but was declaring progress and saying that she was still in it to try to bring positive change to all of our rural communities, including Monterey County. This Thursday, we'll have a listening session in Chular. We invite the public out to join us that evening, where we'll be focused on the ATP grants and its rollout for that community, which will be taking place here in the next few weeks. So excited to finally get that one off the ground. And lastly, I'll share that this Saturday, my parents are hosting a fundraiser for Soul Treasures. If you don't know Soul Treasures, they're an incredible arts community in King City. And so my mom's been panicked for the last month. We've all been doing gardening in our time off, getting her house ready for all the visitors that are bound to come out. And so I look forward to hosting everybody out in King City for that fundraiser that will help support art in our communities. And with that, I'm going to officially ask for the readout of closed session from the Monterey County Water Resource Agency agenda from our county council.
There is no reportable action from the Water Resources Agency.
And with that, we will adjourn the Board of Supervisors of the Monterey County Water Resource Agency. Yes?
Before we adjourn the board,
sure.
May I just say one thing? I forgot to mention this, and it is a huge loss for our district that we lost a gentleman by the name of Steve Beck. And Steve Beck was a big presence in Big Sur, a weed warrior against invasive species, but also sat on the LUAC, also sat on the Byway Committee, and it's a surprise loss for the community. And so I did just want to take a moment to say that we are also very, very saddened by the news of the loss of such an important member of the Big Sur community in Steve Beck. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor. We'll ask you for some contact info so we can get a message of condolences to the family. And with that, I'm going to go ahead and announce that we're going to adjourn out of closed session, and I'll turn to council to see if there's anything to report out of closed session today from the Board of Supervisors agenda.
There is nothing to report, nor will there be anything to report as we are recessing to closed session, and we'll adjourn out of there.
All right, so we'll be adjourning out of closed at this time. That will conclude our broadcast. Thank you.